Now we're live. But Jeffrey is going to be back in a minute, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah.
Perfect.
So,
Hey there.
we are live, guys. Thank you very much for everyone that is watching this video. I'd like to start having Shortcake to introduce himself, and then Kira and Jeffrey is going to introduce themselves later. Okay? Please, Shortcake. Who are you?
All right. Hi, everybody. I am Shortcake ESC. My friends also know me as Jordan. I've been creating YouTube reaction videos about Eurovision since this December, and I've been a Eurofan since 2014. I've joined the Eurofandom in 2016. My favorite Eurovision song ever is Serbia 2008, Oro. And I feel like that's as much as I could explain about myself in this moment.
Okay, you're saying you're going to say something else?
Yeah, so that was my favorite Eurovision song. Ever since then, this is my first time trying to get into doing the commentary side of Eurovision, and I'm not exactly sure how this is going to go because my opinions are very particular and I can tend to be pretty stubborn. But yeah, this is kind of like my first, like, here we go, let's try this.
I'm fine with that. What about you, Kieran?
I don't even know where to start. I don't even know what to say. I started watching 2010. As far as favorite Eurovision song, I don't even think I could pick one. I mean, one that stands out to me is probably City Lights by Blonde, but that's probably just because I heard it a few hours ago. I haven't done any sort of commentary or, anything. But I mean, I guess I have something to tweet about now because it's just my Twitter is just a random bunch of thoughts. So I've got a theme now.
Okay. Okay, you're done?
I think so.
Okay. You don't even told us that you are Irish.
Yes. I didn't. Yeah, I'm Irish. Lived in the UK now for a few years. I don't know what else to say about being Irish.
Okay, we have 7 victories. We are very proud of that, and that's it.
We don't have that. No Irish people like Eurovision, so.
Unfortunately. What about you, Jeffrey? One of my best Eurovision fans ever. We met each other in Lisbon.
Lisbon? Yeah. Wow. That was lovely. Yeah. So I'm Jeffrey. I'm 29. I'm from the Netherlands. And yeah, that seemed like a good place to be from until COVID started because we were going to have Eurovision in the Netherlands and it was going to be fun. There were going to be parties. There were going to be hugs and whatever. But all of that didn't happen. So how did I first get into Eurovision? Well, it's always been there. Like, it's always been something people would talk about, and especially in those years when we would flop and when we would send crazy entries, it would be it would definitely be like the topic of the day. So it's always been around, and some years there was some hype where interesting artists would participate, like Glennis Grace and then Kate Bryan from Belgium,
the Toppers.
Yeah, and Hint and Celia. So there was always some. Well, the Toppers. Yeah, I mean they got the hype, but I wouldn't necessarily say I was very excited about them. But there was always someone that was being talked about. Like the year that we had the Toppers was the year that Jay Juan was pretty much in the news with the whole Andrew Lloyd Webber situation and her being a very talented singer. So there was always some buzz going on around Eurovision. But then it was kind of the thing where we'd have faith in one of our entries. For me, especially 2005 is one of those examples with Glennis Grace, My Impossible Dream, where you're like, okay, she's gonna win this, of course. You don't, you listen. Basically, you don't really, you kind of ignore the other entries, and you're just like, okay, but we have a great entry, so who cares? And then you flop, and then it's like, okay, well, fuck, I'm gonna be polite. How to say that politely? Okay, well, I'm not gonna watch the final to say it more politely. And then eventually, I think it was 2012, where a friend of mine who was really into Eurovision got me to follow Melody Festival, and then he took me to Eurovision concert, and that's how the ball kind of started rolling. So since 2013, I'd say I'm a full part of the fandom, and been watching most of the national finals since then. And yeah, it's been a nice hobby ever since.
I think Jeffrey is probably my biggest Eurovision partner because we are always sharing the music we have.
Mhm.
We still download music, so
Yeah.
like so everything that I buy, I send him, and everything that he buys, he send me.
And we share our very mild opinions with each other.
Yeah, we share a lot of very
Very
interesting.
mild opinions.
So let's check some comments here. There's a guy called Umut who said Ayo.
Hey,
Fabio is saying hello, good night, everyone. Good evening,
Good
sorry.
night.
Good evening, everyone. Portuguese. Oro is gorgeous.
It is.
Yes, yay, someone agrees. Well, I mean, a lot of people agree.
She was. Glennis was robbed.
Yep, definitely. She was my winner in 2005 too.
Cool, cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of Oro, though, do I have a second to step out of the room and be right back?
Okay, it's going to be right back. So, guys, first, I'd like to talk about the songs that were left behind. We had a very, very short Eurovision season this year because many countries they just canceled their selections. Like we did not have selections in Iceland, we did not have selections in Latvia, and these are two countries that they usually have national selections. But
Isn't this pretty? Like this is
It's so
this
pretty.
is one of the prettiest Eurovision
It's so
promos.
pretty. Wow.
It's like a little book with like my camera's a little bit bad, but it has like symbolisms and it's really pretty. And it has like
Wait, now I'm mad I wasn't a Euro fan at the time because I totally missed the boat with that song. I totally missed
she
it.
recorded song in Spanish, in Portuguese, in Greek.
yes,
I think every version of the song is beautiful.
I agree, absolutely.
she's a singer that I would like to see back in Eurovision.
Definitely.
Definitely. Mhm.
She had this other song a few years ago. I'm gonna mispronounce the title, but it ended with Vrati. So this really beautiful ballad she had a few years ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So she's still pretty active making music, so it would be lovely to have her back. I think she was an interval act during Beovisia last year or the year before. I think she did some interval songs.
I think I
Eurovision
remember
songs.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know her 2005 song too, right? Jutro.
Intro. Oh, so good. Mhm.
Yeah, she was robbed. The
That
girl
should have
was
won.
robbed.
That should have won.
Sure. But then
Okay,
who
guys.
knows?
So
Then who knows if we'd have had Oro though? So that's
Mhm.
always
That's
difficult when someone doesn't win a national final and they win it later. Then it's always the question if they had won in the first instance, if the other song would have happened.
Mhm. Definitely.
Yeah. sometimes it's a blessing, sometimes it's not.
True.
But yeah, I think that I would like just to mention two countries, in my opinion, that the issue is not about the songs they're sending. The issue is about the songs that were left behind. And they were much better options. I think there are two countries that some countries I do not agree with the decisions, but I can understand why they are sending a song. For example, Denmark. I think that Emma would be a better option. But I think
Agreed.
that song they're sending is fine. It's not a big loss. But I think that Portugal and Norway, those were terrible decisions, like in many aspects. Starting with Portugal, many of the fans were supporting Eve. I'm not a fan of that song, and I'm not sure if that song would have done much better in Eurovision compared to the Black Mamba. But I think that Contramão by Sara Afonso, Volte Face by Euclides, and
Carolina.
I'm gonna say Valeria. I think Carolina would be my fourth. I'm gonna say Valeria and a Mais Profunda Saudade. those three songs were like the top songs, probably the three best songs of the whole Eurovision season,
Mhm.
and they were just left behind. I think that those were big mistakes. I think Portugal made a big mistakes. However, I think that in the current situation, we're going to talk about that later. I think that the Black Mamba is going to qualify, and it's a good song. It's not bad. Like, it's not bad. And like all the countries are always sending songs in English, so Portugal, at least once, they have to send a song in English.
I do think the Black Mama's being a little underrated by the fans because listening it, I personally I think of like a bit of like late '90s music. I think a little bit of Simply Red, Macy Gray, and a little bit of an adult contemporary
Elton
sound.
John, Elton John.
Yeah, I mean that works too. That works too. It has a soulful vibe, and I quite like it. It may not be the thing that attracts the typical Eurovision audience. It might get a little bit more love from the general public, but still, I'm cool with it.
Mhm.
One
It's not
of the guys.
offensive, I would agree.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, it's not an offensive entry. It doesn't like it's not one of the songs that we have this year that when you hear it, it's like, ah, this is painful. Yeah, that's not the case here. But like I do agree that like that whole English thing super jarring, especially with like the past track record of Portugal. I could see how people were a little startled by that. It's not bad though. It's not overall a bad song. One thing it does remind me though, that melody dun 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 dun, that was the melody for my middle school like class bell. So I can't help but think that every time I hear the song. But that's just a personal like thing why I don't like it. But it's not bad. It's listenable. It's like it. I could see how it's enjoyable for certain members of the crowd. But yeah, it's not horrible at all.
But shouldn't that make you like it? Because then you can be like, hey, yay, school's out.
I mean, roughly, yeah.
The second country that, in my opinion, made a mistake is Norway, and I'm gonna agree with Kaiki here.
Yeah, America. Yeah.
America should have won. I think that the top four, they chose the two worst songs for the super final
Yeah.
because Blase Mafia and Yorn, they were the best in my opinion in that top four. In my opinion, I think that Blase Mafia, Yorn, and America, those three songs were the best. Absolutely great songs. And I think that Norway wasted a big chance by sending ticks. And this is something that some countries they have to face when they bring people that are very famous. Like when people are overly famous, it takes out the balance of the whole selection, and people do not pay attention to the songs; they pay attention to other stuff. And this is a big problem. I think Portugal went through the same road. Okay.
Okay.
There's another comment here about Kaiki. Portugal has had so many options, but there's something to appreciate about the Black Mamba. Indeed, Contramão was gorgeous.
Absolutely. But I definitely feel like Portugal just had a really strong selection. It
Yeah,
was
I
probably my favorite selection of this year. It just
Mhm.
was very solid. Some entries might have been a little bit more forgettable, but still respectable. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like the artists in Portugal were, I think they were excited for this. Like after almost a year of lockdown, I can imagine a lot of artists wanted to put in their passion, and it shows.
Shortcake. What are the songs that you think were left behind?
All right. So I've narrowed it down to 5, and the first song I want to talk about is from Festival Ikungas, Mumbron. I know this wasn't in it for the win. I know it was not in it for the win, but the point is, as soon as you access that song, as soon as you listen to it the way you were supposed to listen to it, it broke you, did it not?
Especially when she sang it live, and I think that was the second night when she broke down herself in tears. And wow,
Yes.
I mean,
Oh my God, it was
that
perfect.
was Jesus. That was wow, what a moment.
It should have won. It should have won.
It was my favorite song coming out of it. It was my favorite song going into it. It's so complex, and not to mention, it has a 7-part rhythm. It's not an 8-part rhythm like typically. It's almost everything about it was just so unique. And I also thought the lyrics were the most personal. So that was the one that I was most sad about leaving Albania.
I
Even
think
the
if
little,
sorry.
the little like the humming almost in the background, that was so
Mhm.
captivating. And
Yeah. Mhm.
Probably if the second night had been the final, then she probably would have taken it home because she was one of the last in the running order, and it was the most emotional performances. And then for the final, they put her like in the second spot or something, like very early in the show,
They really
which
did.
didn't help.
They
Which
really
really
did.
didn't help her because based on that performance on the second night, it was like, okay, she could definitely be the surprise winner because this is
No, no way.
enchanting. This is magical.
No way she was going to win. Guys, you have to understand the way Albania works. Albania, they have the song that's going to win. They know the song that's going to win. And everybody else is going to have very low scores from the judges. If the judges understand that this song is a threat, it's going to receive a very low score and it's going to have absolutely no chance to win. So all the other favorites, Mirud, who else was our favorite? Is Era Husi, Jessica Polo, all these favorites, they were going to receive low scores from the judges, and they didn't even make to the top 3.
Yeah.
Can we get
sorry,
a special shout? Can we also get a special shout out to Maniola, who couldn't participate because she had COVID? But she had a really great song. That song was very infectious, and I think it was very loved by the fans, and including me. I didn't care for her last entry, but this one, it just had something very enchanting, like something like a little bit of a dark vibe, but not super dark, just a little bit of an oriental sound. I don't know what it is, but it was really strong.
What else, Shortcake?
The second song that I felt like was the most robbed, and I actually have kind of a note with this. Hero from Melody Grand Prix. And I say this without the knowledge that we were going to get Last Dance in Eurovision. So like if Norway had sent Hero, that would have been the canceling out factor for Last Dance, and therefore I'm kind of glad that they didn't send it. But that was the song that by far left the biggest impression on me in Norway, and it was the saddest for me to leave.
Mm-hmm.
But good thing, because Last Dance was right there the whole time, so who knows, right? Not super in love with what was decided upon. So, okay, like I can never access Tix's song. Every time I listen to it, for some reason, I just don't have any access to it. It doesn't sound like it's for me at all. But and disregarding that, there were a lot of great songs in Norway's national selection. Ultimately, Hero would have been the biggest detriment if it continued into Eurovision, and that's sadly what I had to confront.
Mm-hmm. Who else?
I'm actually going to cross out what I wrote here. I was originally going to say Saudade from Festival de Canção, but now my answer for Festival de Canção is Jasmine.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. That was so beautiful.
You know she's from Brazil, right?
Yep, I know she is. That pronunciation and just, I don't know, the performance, the stage, it was just perfect. It was like one of those moments where it's just like you could just breathe. I love moments like that, and I love that song.
She had the flowers, right? She had the mic stand with the flowers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah. Uh-huh. So yeah, that's my third most robbed song, and that's because I don't feel like it was just paid attention to enough. I feel like if it were paid more attention to, people would realize how just like kind of excellent and intimate of a song it is. Taina, our pride.
I'm loving your taste so far.
I would love for her to come back.
Hi, hello, Marcia.
I'm loving your taste so far, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Great songs.
Yeah.
Song number 4, something very different than the last 3 I mentioned. Magique from Eurovision, c'est vous qui décidez. That's
Duncan Lawrence's favorite.
Yeah, it was his favorite.
Oh yeah.
Dis-le-moi, parle-moi. That one, yeah. I thought that one. We don't have that many island jams this year, and I know this wasn't going to win. I mean, again, like it was pretty obvious that it wasn't going to win. Shows me having the hype it deserves. Yes, it deserves more.
Indeed.
But Magique, that's another one where it's just like, as the months go on, I did not grow tired of it. as summer gets closer, the song gets better. That's just how I feel about it. And it's like, I don't know. And it's also like her dialect of French when she's speaking it. Like I speak Parisian French. She speaks like a type of like Creole French, and I find it just like so interesting and captivating, especially with how technically different the song is in its parts. So yeah, I just thought that was excellent.
It's very much I don't know the artist Aya Nakamura. Aya.
I love Aya. I love Aya's music. Yeah,
It's
it
something-
was
I feel like
very
it's something-
reminiscent of Aya.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's very much like an earworm, like a typical radio song, but also something like, yeah, you're gonna vibe to it when it comes on. Like, it's just gonna like it's gonna give some kind of emotion. Like,
Yeah, like that can go in like
Bobbing.
locals friends playlist, and it won't like raise a hair or anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last song that I want to talk about, this was another one that became my favorite after the show, was Voce by Madame.
I don't like it.
You don't like
I
it?
don't really have
I
an
don't
opinion
know
on that
why.
one.
I just don't like it. I understand why people like it, but
Uh-huh.
that song and Canção Ligeirissima, or something like that, it was by a duo. I don't get it. Like I cannot say, oh, those are bad songs. I'm not going to say that, but I just don't like it. It's maybe it's just me, but like my husband loves Madame. He likes the song.
You know who liked it too? Orieta. She liked it too. She
Really?
mentioned it in that controversial interview that she'd like to work with Madame and some other people, which she kind of mispronounced.
Música Ligeirissima, indeed, Samuele.
That's the one with the suits, right? That was nice.
Yeah, and the dancer, the roller skater, that was Musica Leggerissima.
Not my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't
really like
follow
Voce a lot because I before Eurovision I was a big rap consumer, and I still am a really big rap consumer. So, and it was just the fact of like, okay, what are these lyrics in English? And it's like the flow sounded great in Italian, and in English the lyrics made sense. So those things combined, also with the performance, it was perfect. It was sealed for me. So yeah, that was one of the things that I felt like. Although I love Måneskin, although I love them a lot, I do feel like if Voce were sent in another year, that would have also been my winner. In a way, yeah. I'm not saying that Italy will win this year, they're not, but yeah, we'll be getting into that.
Some hype for Jordan here.
Hi. Good to see you.
I love both. Not a bad song for Sanremo this year. Musical Ligeirissima is a particular kind of song. I heard it first, now I love. I have to listen to it again, and I have to listen to Voce again. I have to pay, maybe if I pay close attention, I will like it a bit more. So, Shortcake, you told me that you had 10 songs. Can you mention at least 2 more?
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. I have them on the spreadsheet here. Can you still see me or?
Yes.
Okay. So, from Dora, Rieka, but that answer, I don't know how strongly I want to keep that there just based on the attitude of the person who sings it. But the song I found excellent. Rieka, Nina Kraljic, anyone have a particular feeling about that?
I want to
Fantastic.
root for Nina. I want to root for her, but she just makes it so hard. She just always
really
has
does.
something to say.
She really, really does.
There is something about her as an artist that I definitely really like, and I really appreciate the fact she sang in Croatian, because for me Croatian is one of the most beautiful languages of Europe. Some of my personal favorites of all time definitely include Neka mi ne svane and Lako je sve and Nebo. So those are 3 of my favorite songs where I'm like, okay, I don't speak a word of Croatian, but I can sing these songs because I've listened to them so many times. Like, so I'm always cheering on Croatian. But I don't really remember the song that well based on it participating this year. But I'm happy she participated, and I'm happy she did it in Croatian. But it didn't really stick with me so far. But it might be a song that I will revisit later in this lockdown, and since it's going to be a while until the next Festival de Genghis, so
yeah,
there's time for all these songs to fall in love again, or
yeah, no, I don't disagree with that at all. Like I do think it kind of like fits within box essentially. And I think for this last song I want to give a comment on that was, I guess, taken from us, quote unquote, in the national final season was "Lost in a Dance" by Gramophone.
Oh, that was nice. Oh, they
I
were.
wanted that song to do, like, the thing is, I feel like Estonia had a couple songs this year that were kind of top 10 sounding in the Rotterdam final. This was one of those songs to me. This was one of the ones where it's like, as soon as it didn't qualify, I was like, damn it, that was one of their chances.
There were a lot of
was really good,
in those
and
semis.
therefore I was sad. Yeah.
I think that song and Six were quite hyped up, and then live it didn't really perform as well as people expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, Coit was definitely the favorite, and he also didn't give the greatest performance, but I was still hoping he would win. Also, partially because it would be his third time going to Eurovision, and I feel pretty bad for the artists who are going this year, or going with an asterisk behind it, like hopefully are going, but if they are going to Rotterdam, it's going to be a very different experience, and it makes me feel kind of sad for the artists because I've been to Eurovision twice so far, and it's really like a party. And the idea that they're just going to be stuck in a bubble, stuck in their hotel rooms, that makes me sad for them because I wish they would have like the full Eurovision experience. So if someone like Coit were to go for a third time, then I'd be like, okay, he had the full experience, and he should have it a third time too. But if it's not possible, then it would be nice to have returning artists go who already know the experience. If you know what I mean.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so before going to Ciáran, let's just take a look on some comments. Samuel is talking about Noemi. It was my favorite.
I loved it.
It was so good. Yeah.
It was no Sono Solo Parola, which was a masterpiece, but this one was really good too. So yeah, it would have been a great winner.
I love Noemi. I love her. I have all her albums. She's so good. Justice for Francesca and Fedez.
I agree there too. Actually, I'm not a fan of the entry they're sending, so I definitely agree here.
I really like. It sounded like a Mahmoud song, though. It sounded like it was written by him, just kind of like how the melody flowed. And I love his music, so yeah, I really appreciated that. A Genesi do tuo colore. Oh yeah. Yep, another case of an embittered artist, from what it seems like.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of Irama's song. I think it was too much for me. I think I got lost in the middle. Like Tatiana, I got lost.
You got lost in the dance.
Hey, I got lost. So that's such a good point, Jeffrey. Sono Solo Parole is amazing. Noemi is so underrated in Italy. Okay. Yeah, she has so many good songs. Okay, what about you, Ciáran? What are the songs that you think were left behind?
I have been waiting for someone to bring this one up. Clara Klingstrom.
Yes, it was so
what an off! Like I just in a competition where I feel like that generic style of pop really does do well. I think she managed to stand out as like the most authentic by far.
Yes.
I was so happy that she made it to the final at top 5, I believe, even at that.
Yeah, she got 5th, I think.
Yeah.
Third in the televote.
Yeah, I mean the age system kind of helped her out a little bit, but we're gonna move past that point. I'm just happy that we had an entry like this in Melfest.
Yeah, I agree. It was probably the riskiest Melfest entry because it doesn't seem like she used any of like the tools or the toys that Melfest was trying to give to her. It was 100% her performance of this, and if you focused on it, then you got it. And everybody seemed to have got it. So I think she managed to do something that no Melfest artist really does. So
no tricks,
that in itself is just respectable.
A good song. And I believe she's having a pretty big hit with it in Sweden, right, on Spotify charts. So it's paying off for her, and I'm happy for her, and I'm happy we got to hear that song because it was. I don't think it's going to be very likely that Sweden is going to send a Swedish song, but it was great having her as part of the festival. So yeah, that was lovely.
I hope this gave her a taste of blood. I hope this drives her to come back with like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna really show them now, because this I loved seeing how happy she was after she got every result.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, remember that feeling and don't let it go. Keep it forever.
I mean, but putting the only two Swedish songs in Andreas Johnson against each other was a crime in itself.
Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss Rimmer Rummer Ding Dong always.
Mhm.
Who else, Kieran?
I'm gonna say Sissy Time from Estee Lauder.
Oh yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, I think she didn't have much momentum. Even I didn't think much of it. And then live, I think, when everyone expected it to be Yuri versus Coit versus,
Mhm.
oh yeah, there we go, he won. She didn't just make top 3. I mean, she made top 2.
Mhm.
Again, like Clara, I mean, not to the same extent, but I think she did manage to give a real authentic song, and I just enjoyed watching it, to be honest.
I think she has a great voice, and so far she had 2 cute songs. But I'm waiting for the bang because she has the vocal chops. But with both songs, I felt like they're cute, but they're not the big hit we're waiting for, which she could deliver vocally. So I'm holding out some hope for her to return in the future with a bang. Because she proved that with a cute song she could do this well. So if she comes with a real banger, then I'm here for it.
Yeah.
And a banger can still be a ballad; it doesn't have to be a bop. But
Mhm.
I'm here for the explosion from Cece.
Yeah, just from hearing the song, I would definitely agree with you guys. She carries way more talent than the song could give her. Like, the song does not at all show what potential she has, but by the time you hear that voice, you know the kind of potential she has. So I do hope she comes back, and I also hope she comes back bloodthirsty, kind of like Clara in a way.
It feels like an album filler. Doesn't feel like a single. Doesn't feel
it.
like
Yeah.
a song that's a song for a competition.
But I had the same feeling about. I think last year the song was called "Strong," and this one was "Time," and then she had "Strong" before. Yeah, I feel like with both songs, she gave us a good taste, but we need the main course.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We had 2 appetizers,
Mhm.
and I'm rooting for her to bring that main course.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
We'll get into that.
I definitely want to get into that. I have opinions.
Oh yeah, me too.
I have opinions.
I got a lot to say about that.
Me too, actually.
Perfect.
Should I move on to the next one, or?
Yes. How many songs have you got there?
I mean, I've got a few, but I only want to list off like 4 or 5. I shouldn't have too many.
Okay.
I will forget one, but I'll mention Dora from Dora, Mia. She's like a dream. My only critique, my only critique of Mia is I love her as a singer, as a vocalist, but I'm not surprised she didn't win because I feel like I'm watching Mia find herself. Like it's very clear she was going for an Ariana Grande kind of styling song, and even though I loved it, I wasn't surprised she didn't win.
The lashes, the upper pony.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's more so. I mean, the song is great, but it's more so I'm rooting for her because I feel like she's come top 3 both times. I think she's bound to win at some point.
Mhm.
I liked it too. It made me happy. And we sure could use some happiness in this year. So whenever a song makes you feel happy, then it's very welcome this year.
Mhm. I actually kind of noticed something while watching Dora. Both Mia and
Did he freeze for you guys?
I think he froze. Yeah.
He will eventually come back. Go on, Kieran.
Should I move on to another one, or?
Well, I'm just going to say that I don't like Mia.
I like both. I like both answers personally.
I think that song is just absolutely terrible. I think he's
Oh,
back
wow.
now. I
All right,
just
I'm
don't
back.
like it. He's back.
Does anyone have anything to add, or should I just move on? Or-
Do you want to say something about Mia?
What I was gonna say. Oh, what?
About Dora? You're going to say something
I
about
was-
Dora or about Mia?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, both Mia and another lady who performed, I forget what the song was or what her name was, but when I kind of wonder if something was going on backstage, because when they came on, they both looked pissed. I don't know if anyone noticed
I
that,
know who
but
you're
her
talking
and
about,
another
the white
girl,
dress
when they
girl?
came on stage, it looked like something happened backstage that made them lose focus. I don't know what that was. I don't know if we will ever find out what that was, but they did not look focused on stage, and I kind of noticed that. And I hope that doesn't. I hope it isn't super telltale about how they'll perform in the future. I hope this was kind of a one-off, but yeah, it was something I noticed.
Yeah.
Sanio, what do you think happened in the Untucked Lounge?
So go on,
Come
Kira.
this way. That was the girl. Come this way. She sang
Oh,
that with
yeah,
the white
yeah.
dress, and she looked
Using
so
the white
angry.
dress.
Yeah.
I didn't
Um,
notice that personally. There was this other song by, I think her name was Beta Sudar. I liked her song too, but I haven't really listened to the songs ever since. Though I do. There's an album out, so I should check that out for sure too, because it's always some kind of way where sometimes you can get used to the songs, you have time to get used to them, and then with some national finals, like you get them on the day, you get the performance as your first impression, and then some songs might be more convincing in studio than others.
True.
And then you kind of forget about them because the night's over, there's a winner, and there's less of a momentum for these songs. So I personally definitely always like it when the songs get released in advance.
True.
Mm-hmm.
And your song, Kira, the next one?
I'm trying to. I'm trying to see which one I'm gonna say. I'll go out on a limb. I didn't think it was gonna win ever, but I liked having it. Pretender from Melfest. I really enjoyed it.
It was nice.
It was good.
Yeah, I really enjoy having our token Melfest rock song that doesn't do well. I liked it. It was well performed. It built very nicely. I can't critique it, to be honest. I'm just happy we got it. Anything different in Melfest is good to me. I feel like Melfest has gotten a bit repetitive recently. So anything kind of out there is good in my books.
I'll be taking a short restroom break, so I'll be back in just a second.
No problem. So Jeffrey, what are the songs that you think were left behind?
I was just looking at the Wikipedia page to see which countries we hadn't discussed yet. Of course, there weren't that many national finals this time around. There was one national final in Finland where I got to be a judge. That was fun. And I'm going to mention Ilta with Kela Masoitan, if I pronounce that right. I kind of like the way I pronounce that. Which means who do I call? And yeah, those were some really, really sweet lyrics. I think they really fit the pandemic. Like, who's your person? Who's the person you want to call? Who's the person you want to share the stuff that happens in your life with, good or bad? Who's that person you can rely on? And she just gave a really powerful performance, in my opinion. That I got to say, I saw the rehearsal. I didn't see the live show performance because there were a lot of shows that night. For me, she really made a big impression. Like, it got really heartfelt, emotional. So, Kela Masoitan by Ilta. That's definitely a favorite of mine. I just repeated the title because I saw you were coming back. So.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, that was a moment for me, and I feel like so no surprise that was my favorite there. Let's see, Lithuania. Well, that was definitely like the most predictional national final could have. There were some interesting songs. Like the first semi wasn't very impressive, and the second gave some more hope. Um, so if I were to pick out a single song, I would definitely give a shout out to Gebrasi, Where'd You Want to Go? That was a really pretty
Good
song.
song.
That was a really pretty song. Like on the one hand, it's like why not just give it to the Roop? Because if I compare it to last year, I thought last year Lithuania definitely had like one of the strongest national finals of the whole field. And this year, it was definitely like a downgrade because most of the artists who normally try out decided, like, okay, it's going to be the Roop, so we're not going to try this
It's
year.
always our time.
Yeah, so I'm excited about what's going to happen next year because I feel like a lot of people will be ready with fresh energy, and I feel like the level of quality in Lithuania has definitely been on an upward spiral if we ignore this year. But that doesn't mean that there weren't some really nice songs like Gebrasi. Cosmic Bride was also one that stood out to me. Rapolas. I think he had like with I think that was the one with a saxophone, right? I remember Sonia, you really liked that one. Yeah,
like that one.
Yeah, I think it was with a
was
saxophone, if I recall correctly.
It was a trumpet.
Yeah, trumpet. That's that. Yeah, it's been a while since I heard it, but but overall, it felt like a kind of in one way it felt like a weird national final. Like it kind of felt pointless because we all knew what was going to happen.
Mhm.
But on the other hand, I can't imagine we're stuck in a pandemic and the broadcaster wants to give the people some entertainment, and with some of these songs they really succeeded with that.
Mhm.
So I could have at first I was like, okay, after hearing the first two songs I was like, okay, well, why bother with this national final? On the other hand, it's promotion for the music scene, and I get it, and overall I'm excited for what they're going to bring next year because they've shown last year that they're capable of bringing some really great songs like Alligator and let me think. Last year, Lithuania, they had a whole bunch of great songs. We Come from the Sun, Make Me Human.
Oh, Make Me
Yeah.
Human.
So
Oh,
good.
wow. Yeah, that was so
And
good.
and the girls who sang in Lithuanian, two girls. I don't know if they were sisters or twins. They just had a similar look.
Yeah, it's Bartos something. Bartos
Yes, exactly.
Mhm.
So I was missing those kind of gems from Lithuania this year, except for Gabrasi, who also brought a high quality song. But it's understandable why this year wasn't as strong as the previous year. But all I can say is bring it on for next year, Lithuania, and yeah, and of course, with the whole hype around the Roop, it was obvious that they were going to win, and let's see how they do in Eurovision. And if they do well, I think even more artists will be encouraged to try next year. So
Mhm,
I have high
appreciate
hopes for next year. And let's see, I opened the
I'm just
Wikipedia
happy the
pages to the
national
ones we.
selection isn't like 6 months long anymore.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It was a lot more
So
limited
that
this
was
time.
fun. Like we had something to do during. I remember there was one selection that they started in October. Like
Damn.
why?
Okay, I have one more shout out. I don't have a magic wand with me, but I'm gonna say abracadabra from
Oh, it
Denmark.
was nice.
That was
Oh,
lovely. That was
Ah.
beautiful. And she sang it really well live. The staging kind of reminded me of Ireland 2015, playing with numbers. Like sitting in a forest with a piano. That just felt very magical. No pun intended. I was impressed. And I was surprised she didn't make the super final. I feel like she was definitely someone who was robbed. Yeah, so that one definitely deserves a shout out. And I kind of feel sad, like with some countries, like when an artist participates, they're going to be back the year after or another year after. And with Denmark, that's pretty rarely the case. So often you come across these really nice singers in the Danish selection, and you're like, okay, well, there's not a big chance they'll be back next year. So, but I'm holding on to hope that she'll try again eventually. I heard I believe I read she had different nationalities. So maybe she can try for another country.
Hey.
I don't remember exactly.
we never know.
We never know. I don't remember exactly, so I'm gonna double check that. I believe Claudia
She's gonna pull
Campagnol.
out an Ali Ryan just to fly everywhere.
She's a Hungarian, Swedish, Danish vocalist, according to her website. So, that gives us options.
Not very easy options, but more options than most.
Yeah, well, Hungarian is going to be difficult, of course, but
Super.
maybe Melfest. Who knows? And well, we didn't have much national selections except Bulgaria had a national selection. Is that something we can talk about, or are we going to wait to talk about the winner?
Yeah, we are going to talk about the winners during the discussion about the semifinals.
Okay, well then I'm going to just throw in the fact that I definitely miss Milanov this year. Who?
Oh, me too. He's a very good composer.
Yeah, because he wrote Dive into Unknown for Victoria, which wasn't the winner, unfortunately. And I know Imaginary Friend got a lot of hype, but personally, I like that one too. But I would have definitely put my vote into Dive into Unknown. Sorry for the Frozen reference. And looking at the list of the songs that Milanov has composed, I personally like every single one of them. So this is going to be the first year since 2015 that he doesn't have a song in Eurovision, and I think that's.
He was going to add 3 songs last year, right? 3 or 4?
Yeah, exactly. Germany, Bulgaria, and Malta. Yeah, Malta. Yeah.
3 songs. That's a lot.
Yeah, he had 2 in 2019, and he also had 3 in 2017. North Macedonia, Serbia, and Bulgaria. So
you always have good songs. It's not like his songs are groundbreaking, but they are definitely very good. I think that
a lot of quality. Yeah,
not like Scholars by Bernarda. I think that song's a bit.
I think that's definitely his weakest effort so far. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. So there's some comments here. And Italy's songs are not so Eurovision songs type.
Good. They need to perform based on themselves.
That's true.
Italy does Eurovision good because they don't even have the need to try for Eurovision, but themselves in general.
Yep.
That's why they're really unique, and they definitely deserve a victory. Yeah, I think that Italy should win this year. It's not my personal favorite. My personal favorite is France, but I think that it would take Eurovision to a good road.
Mm-hmm.
Eurovision Church Contest about Amen and Hallelujahs.
Hallelujah.
Oh my God, it was When You Left. Okay. Imaginary Friend is my favorite.
Oh, that was my favorite too.
Mine too.
I agree. You can't compare it to
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
That's why I'm also a little bit surprised by Bulgaria doing so well with the bookmakers this year. I'm like, is that mostly? I do feel like that's quite based on Tears getting sober, because I feel like for the main public, when they get growing up and getting all that as their first impression of Victoria, I don't know if it's gonna be a top 5 result personally, but that's speculation, of course.
I mean, Victoria was always in a tricky situation, though.
True.
But let me ask you something. As we are talking about Victoria, of course, we're going to talk about her later during the semifinal. But as we are discussing this subject,
I was just building a bridge.
Yeah. Like Tears Getting Sober was a song that was overplayed here in my house because my husband just loves her and loves the song. He sings it all the time. But the thing is, when I listen to Tears Getting Sober, I think that song was the song of her life. Like that song was the song of her career, and
her
that
signature song.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So it would be impossible for her to top that. And I think many European artists have this situation. I think that Switzerland, I did like the song very much last year. but I think that something was missing, and he was able to make something much more interesting this year. I like both. Okay, I understand that some people do not like the current song and prefer the song from 2020, but I think that some artists, they were able to update their game. Like for example, Ireland,
Romania.
Romania, like they were able to just, okay, let's do something different. We can do better than last year. Some countries, they were able to do that, and I think Bulgaria, they just couldn't do that because Cheers Getting Sober is just too good. What do you think, Shortcake?
So I don't disagree. I think Tears Getting Sober was kind of the peak of this era of her career, if not her entire career. Ugly Cry, I feel like had the most promise outright, but by the time people had the EP and sat with the EP and just heard the songs like independently as one another, then they kind of like, I mean, of course we started to come out with like our favorites. And to me, I think the most salient, the best that would follow TGS was going to be Imaginary Friend. I don't hate Growing Up Is Getting Old. I think the entire EP is great. I should mention, but if we wanted to continue that momentum, or if we wanted to see artists A song, their 2020, and their B song, which is 2021, for example, I want to see a good transfer of styles from one to slightly different of another. And I think Imaginary Friend was that one to me.
Totally.
Mhm.
Totally. Kieran.
Yeah, I mean, coming off Tears Getting Sober and the hype that got, it was always going to be hard for her to, because even if she went in a completely different direction, people would have missed the sound of Tears Getting Sober. And then obviously this year she's gone for a similar sound, and then people are just going to compare that to Tears Getting Sober. So I think she's done the best with what she's done as well as she could have, I think.
Mhm.
It wasn't my favorite from the selection either. I think Imaginary Friend for me would have been the ideal option. But I mean, this by no means isn't going to do like awful. I think this is still going to be like, come to rehearsals. It's still going to be a challenger, I think.
I think it'll be on the left side of the scoreboard, but
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be very high on that left side personally. But
Hmm.
you never know.
Yeah. I might have to hop off in a couple minutes, by the way.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Don't worry. Jeffrey, do you think that we have a better song than last year?
From which
Bulgaria.
country, or from Bulgaria? No, I definitely I definitely prefer Tears Getting Sober, and then I would have picked Dive Into Unknown, and then I would have picked Imaginary Friend, and then I would have picked Growing Up Is Getting Old. But I don't know if it's the song you want to have to make a first impression. Like the general audience isn't going to know about Tears Getting Sober. So I don't know if it's going to make enough of a strong impression, like hearing it for the very first time for the audience. On one hand, it can be, seen as a quiet storm, something that stays very fragile and stays very modest. That could work, but I don't know if it would work to what the bookmakers seem to be expecting of it. I don't know if it's still in third place or where. Fourth place by now. Okay.
France is now third place.
Okay, I'm gonna grab the odds for now again. Oh yeah, France is now third. Yeah, that's good. That's good development in my opinion. Yeah. So I definitely think it's been hard for the artists to get the right glow up. There are a few cases of a glow up, but it's quite hard, I think, to live up to the expectations. And yeah, it's definitely like a good question. Like, what should you do? What should an artist do? Should they go for something similar, or should they go into a total different direction? Or, what's the right formula? And yeah, I think I just mentioned Romania as being better. I think that's I wouldn't necessarily say it's a fact that it's better. Because alcohol use is definitely like the more catchy song out of the two. But I personally am sensing some artistic growth with Roxanne. I think Amnesia is quite a complicated song, and for me
It
that's a
is.
good thing. For me that's a good thing. I feel like she's really delivering a song that you can't really instantly sing along with, but you can really feel her emotion. Um, and the question is, what works better, a more catchy song or a more developed song? And time will tell. I wouldn't be surprised if she gets a result like Esther Pioni, meaning she might not qualify. But I personally do love it.
Mhm. Okay, so I'm so afraid that Victoria won't make a song better than Tears Getting Sober. I'm not sure, but Imaginary Friend and Giggle. Guys, my favorite was Giggle. All the way. All the way. Since the very first time. Were offered last year with Tears Getting Sober. So my only hope is that she could improve, even if it's not with the same style of Tears Getting Sober. At least both presentations of Imaginary Friend and Giggle were awesome. Giggle grew a lot on me with the performance.
I
Okay,
agree.
so now let's go to the semifinals. Okay, so the first song that we're going to talk, we have Australia, Ireland, Lithuania, North Macedonia, and Russia. Uh, Australia, I think it's a very interesting song. It's not my style, but I can see it doing well. Many people say, "Oh, Australia is not going to qualify." This one's not, but I can see that it might have their audience. Um, Ireland.
I think it's a glow up, personally.
Yeah, it's better than last year. It's a nice song. It can qualify. It's not like impossible. And I do like it. Like I listen to that song a lot, but it feels that it's not very competitive. So I can see it's not qualifying. But it's a good song. It's definitely one of the songs that I really like.
It feels very genuine, and there seems to be a lot of her personality in it, and
Indeed.
it just has a very nice flow to it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When it comes to Lithuania, I think that it's a better song than last year. They are not really among the bookies' favorite at the moment, but I can totally see them winning in May. North Macedonia, I think it was a big mistake. And I was talking to Gustav Dalander. he's one of people like involved with Melody Festival. Like he's like an encyclopedia for people. Like he checks the text of the scripts of the competition, and I told him something that it feels to me that some countries are trying too hard. And he said, yeah, indeed. Some countries are not relying on what they do better. You know what I mean? For example, Vasil, he released the song a bit before releasing his Eurovision song, which was a song in Macedonian, very focused, very good, very entertaining, with a lot of staging potential. And he said, no, I'm not singing that song. I'm going to send this boring ballad and everything is going to be fine. No, it's not fine. He's not going to qualify. Russia, I think it's interesting. It's a sure qualifier for sure. But it's just not. I think it could have been better with more focus elements. If it was fully in Russian, I think it would be more interesting. But it's definitely a very good song, and I think it will go to the final. I'm not sure if it's going to do very well, but let's see. Shortcakes. Shortcake, actually. It's only one cake.
All right, so I don't think I properly listened to you when you said come through with your qualified from the semifinal. I listed 10 qualifiers from semifinal one, with two kind of and the two at the bottom are like super contentious because once again, this is one of the most confusing years in terms of how these songs are going to relate to one another in the semifinal. It's impossible to tell. So the first qualifier is probably going to be one of my most controversial qualifiers in the semifinal, Australia. I think Montaigne is doing. She is one of maybe the 3 or 4 artists in Eurovision this year who's doing something extremely risky but artistically brilliant. I love that song the first time I heard it, and I'm not saying she's qualifying just based on my first impression of it. I'm saying if you assess the risk that she's taking compared to a lot of these acts in this semifinal, it's one of the riskiest acts, and I think that's ultimately what's going to carry her because of how that song relates to these other songs in the semifinal. But that's just how I feel about that. Risky,
Also,
but brilliant.
maybe she could pull a surprise out of her head, like Kate did in 2019, because people weren't sure if that was qualifying, and then she came with that stage act, you know. And
She got
if
9.
and if we're gonna have to rely on the TV studios and with the backup performances, I don't know if it's gonna be a possibility to go all out, but yeah, it might be a reason to not underestimate her, because they might come up with something interesting like that.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of people disagree with me there, but I don't know. I just have a really good feeling. I have a really good feeling about it. Lithuania, I feel, is qualifying. It had like, it's not just the song; it's the fact that people are going to remember like they're yellow, the background's purple. I remember like the yellow dancing people who were like super fun, and that's going to be what carries it. That's going to be what takes it to the final. I have a feeling they're going to make it just based on the fact that visually it is memorable. Song-wise, I would probably put it in the middle 50%, but visually that's what people are going to stick to, and a lot of kids are going to like it too.
And it is among the songs that we have. It is, I'd say, it is one of the most pandemic themed songs, I guess, because it's literally about dancing alone at your room. Let's discotheque right at my home or room, or what is it? We're home, right? So
it
staying
demands that we can't have a crowd, but we can still party, kind of a thing.
So partying at home, that's a theme that people are going to relate to 100%. So that'll help, and just the dancing, the silliness of it. While I personally would say it's still a solid entry, and I would by no means consider it to be a joke entry. It's a very solid song, and it's a respectable song, but still it has that element that does make the joke entries score well. So I think it's going to do well, for sure.
Yeah, and I prefer the song better than On Fire. I think it's just more listenable.
Yeah, I think On Fire was a bit more complicated, a bit more, for me, it was a song that I had to hear quite a lot of times before I really got it. And with this one, it's more instant, it's more straightforward, more straight to the point.
Yeah.
And no one's going to miss the message. So if they're going to see the dancing, they're going to be like, oh, it's kind of about the pandemic. It's kind of about dancing at home. Yeah. That should work.
People are going to be like swinging their arms like them. It's going to be a moment. That's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm glad we have that.
If people are just going to be watching the show in the background, then this is the one we're going to be okay. Well, now all the eyes are going to be pointed at the TV.
Yeah, that they were brilliant in how they decided to do that styling, because even if the song were terrible, that kind of staging says like, yes, like children will be drawn to this.
Yes, look, mom, it's shiny.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just say something about Lithuania real quick before I hop off. And Australia. I do like it. I don't think it's safe at all. I do think this is the riskiest, because Australia do rely on jury support, and I think this is their least jury-friendly entry they've sent.
I agree, yeah.
As for Lithuania, I mean, they might have the same issue with the jury, but I think it's still accessible to juries. It is really cleverly done. I don't know why I don't have it too high in my personal top, but it is something I can appreciate.
Neither do I, but I get it.
I can see why it's a favorite, and if it does come top 5, top 3, I could see why.
It's not a song that
said, I do have to hop off.
Okay, Ciáran.
All right. It was nice talking to you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Hope speak to you all soon.
All right, later.
Guys, please follow Ciáran on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Wait, this direction. I can't point. My camera's flipped.
It's on the description. It's on the description of the video too. So just follow Ciáran.
Woo. Perfect.
Thank you.
Qual é a
Bye,
seda?
Bye.
I spoke Portuguese there. Qual é a seda? That means where's the exit, right? That was Elisa last year.
Qual a saída? Qual a saída?
Yeah. Qual é a saída? Saída. I put it up for this. Okay.
So let's
That's right.
just before you continue, Shortcake, let's just take a look at some comments. Not in Australia bashing for Samuel. What is going on? I never like Australia, guys. I prefer Russian woman over Uno.
So
can
do
say
I.
that.
Me too. Thoughts on
Thoughts
Germany?
on Germany?
Woohoo! Yeah,
We don't feel hey.
Later.
That's yeah.
Hey.
Don't worry.
No,
Uno
it's
is
so
still
good
good
to
to
this day. Yeah.
I really like Uno, but Russian woman did it for me. I'm sorry.
So what about North Macedonia? You can talk about Russian woman in North Macedonia.
North Macedonia, I don't have written down in this. Wait, what semifinal is that in? Is that in the first?
Yeah, I'm going with the one. I'm gonna pick the top 5 songs of the first, and I'm gonna follow first semifinal 1, then semifinal 2.
All right. So, if we're moving to North Macedonia, I don't know. Like, there's really nothing to say about it. It's an orchestral ballad that would have carried more weight. I'd say maybe in Eurovision 2002, it would have gotten mid-table then, and at this point, I don't know. It's just like I feel like as sincere and as emotionally like drawing as he's trying to be, he has 3 minutes to impress the world with a moment of some kind, and it's just we don't need to necessarily. I hate to say this, but we don't need to be using that time to dissect a ballad that's not even that good.
I don't think the song's necessarily that bad, but I think it needed a stronger performer. I'd say, like, I'm having trouble connecting so far. Like, based on hearing the song like 2 or 3 times, I didn't mind the song, but I couldn't really connect.
I think it needs new lyrics, a new arrange, and a new melody. So basically, they should change everything.
Yep.
It's just not enough. I'm sorry. What about Russia, guys?
Oh, Russia. So
I'm going for the same answer. Not really connecting yet.
I connected with it. It has that Central Asian element that I really love, and not to mention it has a heavy enough bass where it could be argued that it's hip hop influenced, and I automatically, like, as soon as anything is hip hop influenced, I'm probably gonna love it. So yeah, this was another one of those cases, and it's layered. It has so many different parts to it, and I feel like that could benefit you really well in Eurovision. I have it as a qualifier in my list, but it is one of the ones where it's like, if it doesn't qualify, I also see why, because it's not Russian per se. It's not Russian as we know Russian entries to be. It's not what we're used to for Russian.
It's not a peace ballad. Let's say that it's not a peace ballad.
It's not Russian competitive. It's not a million voices. It's not Uno, where it's like it demands a win, or it demands a very good result just based on being marketable to the right crowd. No, this is a song that was just wanted. People just
and it is what it is. Like, and that's something I do like about it. I like that it's not predictable. It's not the typical formula they usually follow. Yeah, that's something I do like about it, and I think that's a positive step for the future. Although, with this one, it just didn't really do it for me. But there are definitely positive elements about it.
Let me ask you, what about, guys? We're Slovenia.
We have both got a lot of opinions about Slovenia.
Azerbaijan, Belgium, and Croatia. All these songs, we are still in the semifinal 1. So I think that Slovenia is just a vocal exercise. I don't like it.
Ana Soklic is one of the best singers. Period. She is amazing. If she had if she had a song like "Rise Like a Phoenix" or something like that, she could be a real contender. And I like this song. I like this song, but I am yearning for just that much of a stronger song. And I like this one a lot, but I still feel like if she got a better song, she could have been a winner because those vocals are just everything.
Vocal exercise. It's not a song.
Oh my god.
It's just very, very dull. It's just very, very bland. And I'm going to let Shortcake talk about it because he's going to get crazy. Thank God you are in USA, otherwise you would kill me.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's been apparent what my feelings on that song are, just based on what I've tweeted in the past. But am I allowed to say where that song placed in my overall top, or is it too soon?
Please.
Yeah,
please.
I haven't seen your tweet, so I'm still.
That song is
Absolutely.
currently my 3rd place, and the reason for that.
I can actually beat you because it's my 2nd place.
The
And
nerve!
Virtual high
And
five.
and,
What's up?
and, I'm actually disappointed because Voda was my 1st place.
Damn.
Yep.
All right.
I love her, and Voda was a masterpiece. And this is a
Uh-huh.
good song, but you know, I was waiting on the Eurovision winning song because with those vocals,
hmm
those are the most impressive vocals I've heard in a long time.
It's one of the hardest songs to perform. Have you heard it? Like the entire song is up here in this register, and she has a really
Yeah.
low voice. So like,
Yeah.
damn. I didn't like Voda at all. It was in my bottom 5. I don't
Damn.
know why I didn't like it, but I just didn't. And moving on to this song, I don't know what it is. It's probably just Anna and her talent, but amen, hallelujah, by far the better amen. And it's just,
For sure.
it just really did it for me in a year that we are just so sorely needing ballads, like so badly
Absolutely.
starved of ballads.
Ballads are terrible this year.
Yeah, this was one of the ones where it's just like, okay, yeah. Like
Yes, this is emotion. This is genuine. I feel like personally for me, Voda was even more genuine. I really could connect to the lyrics.
Yeah.
I really could connect to that song. And with this song, the lyrics are a little bit less my cup of tea. Like the "Hey Child" part is actually reminding me of Suri. Like hey brother, hey child.
Mhm.
That's what the lyrics
wow,
are giving me.
Yeah.
But just the way she delivers it, I believe every single word, and I believe it. I just believe it. I don't know how it's gonna do.
No, I
but
believe in
I
it
believe
too.
it.
I'm a believer.
Okay,
Jesus.
Hallelujah.
you're going to hold your hands and go to church together. How cute and adorable. So, guys, let's move to Sweden now. As you've been all fun girling Slovenia, let's move to Sweden.
Okay.
And well, I think the song is very, 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 very generic. I think that he performed it very well. I think Tuse looks beautiful. I like the way he looks. I like the nails. Oh my God, he looks marvelous. He's beautiful, 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 beautiful. However, I think
I'm gonna agree with you about. I'm gonna agree with you about it being generic, but there's good generic and there's bad generic.
Yeah.
To me, this is good generic.
Yeah. I think.
please.
Oh, okay. I'm just thinking like it can come down to like more or less like 6 or 7 words. He's qualifying because Sweden has money. So I kind of feel like it's the particularly Swedish situation where it's like, yes, this is a pop song that could be replicated in a lot of other places, but they have money and they're super, super tight with the EBU. Krister doesn't let anything pass like under his eyes that happens with the EBU that doesn't immediately reflect over what happens in Melfest. So with that regarded, it doesn't matter the quality of the song because the song I do feel is super generic. It's listenable, but it is generic. It's going to carry through because of the Swedish money and just because they just have a grip. They have a grip on the contest and how it works internally from what it seems like. At least as an American, that's what it looks like, definitely. So
was that a reference to The Handmaid's Tale?
I'm sorry, was that
a reference to I never saw that show, but The Handmaid's Tale, because there's something about under his eye.
I haven't seen it either, but I've never heard of that.
When he said
I
under his
don't think
eye,
he
I just
meant
thought of
that.
that show. But yeah,
Well,
I never
under
saw it. I just saw the
Krister's
promo.
eye.
Under his, he said under his eye. Isn't that like the catchphrase from that show?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I think I saw it in a GIF or something.
Yeah, I believe so. Too.
Uh-huh.
I think I just saw it in the promo, and I was like, okay,
Jordan, I have some
under his eye.
there's some stuff here. They're
Great.
qualifying.
And I'm never going to be allowed in that country.
I don't know how someone can dislike Voda and like, hey child.
Easily.
I love Starboy by The Weeknd.
It's a pretty good song.
Well,
I don't get
I
the
think
reference.
I kind of agree with Shortcake about that because it feels that Sweden, they do have the technical knowledge, and that's exactly what I was talking about with Gustav. And this interview, guys, I'm going to post here soon. But the thing is, if this song were representing Macedonia, we would not expect it to do well.
No.
But Sweden is going to make it work. That's how I feel. I think I don't like the song. I think it's super generic, but I think it's going to be well staged. However, this is not a friendly semifinal for Sweden. If we take a look on the numbers, we have Azerbaijan, we have Belarus. I believe Belarus is going to end up participating, but we never know. Russia, Lithuania, and Romania, and Ukraine. I'm not sure if these countries are going to help Sweden. You know what I mean? I can see these countries giving Sweden 4 or 5 points, and I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for them to qualify. I can see Sweden not making to the final. I can see it happening. I don't think it's super possible. Like, oh no, it's not going to qualify. That there are worse songs and less competitive songs in the semifinal. But I think that Sweden is in danger, girl.
Mm-hmm.
You're in danger, girl. One more thing about Sweden. I will never get over the Mamas not going to Eurovision. Just not going to happen. I'm never going to get over it. I'm so sad still because Voda was my number 1 last year. The Mamas were my number 2 last year. And it just was such a surprise because Sweden has been sending so many men, and then finally a female act wins, and not just a female act, but just one of the most convincing and one of the strongest female acts with just wonderful vocals. And I'm never going to get over the fact they didn't get to go to Eurovision. I'm just not going to get over it.
It could have.
You
been
better deal with that.
Year. They could have won. They could have won the contest, and I say that with 100% confidence. They could have taken it home. It could have been.
Yeah, I mean, they were a surprise winner for Melody Festival, so why couldn't they be a surprise winner for Eurovision?
Exactly.
I mean,
they had it.
It was impressive. It was wow.
Move. Yep.
I'm not gonna say Move was the least generic song or anything, but the way they brought it, you can bring a song, but you can bring a song, and they you get.
I'd say they even did that within the middle too, like because it was just seeing them perform it together that made all the difference.
Exactly, and them starting with the outfits from last year, and especially I think it's Ash, the one who starts the song. She just has such a beautiful, clear voice, and the way she opens up that song, my heart was lighting up. And that sounds cheesy, but yeah, it was lighting up.
There's something special about them, right?
There is. They're magical.
Chemistry, most chemistry out of all the acts last year.
Definitely. And it was reflected again in the televote because they were second in the televote, so we have the juries to blame this year. But yeah, I'm never gonna get over the fact they didn't go to Eurovision, and I love them so much, and wow, just they're magic.
Yeah.
What about Azerbaijan, guys? I would like
Harry?
Yeah, I would like Jeffrey.
I have trouble rolling my eyes,
because
but
he's going to destroy the song.
Look, I'm trying to live a better life and be positive. So when I don't like something, I'll try to say that I have trouble connecting with it. Well, we talked about a glow up or a dust down, I guess, what you call an anti-glow up. And about, what should you do? Should you, try to replicate the same formula or go for something different? Well, if we're going to ask Azerbaijan, what did you try? Did you try a different recipe or did you try the exact same thing? What would the answer be? Silence. Look, it's I just like Cleopatra, like she's literally referencing last year's song, and I don't know if I'm upset about that. I don't know if I care enough to be upset, but it's not my cup of tea.
Okay.
Well,
Amen. Amen.
Wow. Okay. So you really try to be positive.
Yeah, I mean, I have no hard feelings towards her, towards the song, but let's just say Cleopatra was a lot more fresh, and then this doesn't feel fresh to me. And the theme is like, why are you singing about another person? Like, it's like, why? Like, I kind of get like she's singing about a Dutch person, Mata Hari. But like I read up on who Mata Hari was, and I don't believe it's been made clear that she was or wasn't a spy. I think that's still like a myth. Like like some people are saying about what's her name, Florence the nurse. What's her name again? Florence Knight. No, not Florence.
Yeah.
Like there are rumors about her that she wasn't such a great nurse. Like she's one of those enigmas, and I think Mata Hari is also kind of like an enigma. Like people are saying she spied, but it's never been proven. And then one of the lyrics is like about I don't know. Look, I'm gonna look up the exact lyric to be
like
specific.
Poisoning children or something.
Yeah, that's what I got indeed. And I'm like, okay, well, was that like proven? Is that really what happened? And I think the lyric I'm referring to, I'm a godless spy. Like that makes it seem like she was a villain, or like I'm a godless spy.
Yeah, I get you.
That's a bit of a controversial choice when that's when it's not proven.
It feels that the person who wrote the lyrics doesn't know a lot about Mata Hari.
True.
No.
True. Yeah. And I can forgive last year's cringy lyric. Cleopatra had Mark Anthony. You know who I mean? Not the Latin king, not the guy who married Jennifer Lopez. That was a cringy lyric, but I can forgive that one. And look, I'm not gonna put too much salt on the lyrics of Mata Hari because I would just like to move on from it. But yeah.
Okay, so Shortcake, I will let you read this comment, and then you're going to talk about Mata Hari.
Mata Hari ain't bad at all, but it ain't no Cleopatra for sure. I'm happy she's using the same composition as Cleopatra since they want to do the stage performance that Cleopatra deserved. Cleopatra Hari, let me see. So yeah, it is definitely the same song from last year.
But not
Nothing
better.
was taken differently. I like the breakdown a lot better. I like the beat breakdown, how it feels more Eastern. But the thing is, the first thing, people are going to be Googling what Mata Hari is while the performance is happening, or at least the curious enough people. And they're going to be like, you can't just be saying this lady did this. And then she definitely didn't definitely do it. So like, that's a little weird. The second part is, there's 3 parts actually. Wow. So the second part is, I don't like how in the music video, her dancing didn't seem all the way there. Like this was her dancing. And it's like, do you realize how hard this break is, Effendi? Do you realize how like, dirty and like dumb and like down this beat is? You can't just be throwing your hands in front of yourself trying to convince us that like that you're 100% feeling the song. I was not convinced. And the third thing, the last comment I'm going to make, I really hope she doesn't go to Eurovision with that styling or makeup. I didn't like the gold shimmer, and I feel like it matched her background a little too much, and I feel like that kind of just gold, that kind of stale gold color did not make the song shine at all. So I am really struggling with that song. I think it will qualify.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if it qualifies. I'm counting on it. I'm counting on it to qualify, actually.
Yeah, I'm counting on it to qualify too.
Mhm.
But it's I don't know. It's just it's like last year. I feel like slightly less effort was put into it, despite it being a slightly better song. It's complicated. I really,
Yeah.
it's just complicated. Yeah.
I have two more things to add. Based on Cleopatra and Mata Hari, she's a fine singer. You know, she's a fine singer, and I haven't heard her sing live, but she's a fine
Oh, she
singer,
can
and
sing. She can sing
I just
well.
feel like she's wasted on this song. Like Cleopatra, I like Cleopatra, and she was kind of wasted on this. Like, it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna have the same strong impression that Cleopatra, had in the based on the music video, and I think it was gonna probably do quite well at Eurovision. It would have been a bit of a dark horse, not for winning, but for like top 10. And I don't think she is bringing a top 10 song this time, so I feel like that's unfortunate. And then I can't help but think, it's the second song about Mata Hari in Eurovision, and I'm Dutch, but I don't think Mata Hari is that famous. Or maybe, I don't know. Like, it's the second song about Mata Hari in Eurovision. It's we don't need no statements. Thank you, Lorraine. But that's just all I'm going to say. There are two songs Mata Hari in the history of the Eurovision Song Contest. Period. Do with that what you will. But why are there two songs about Mata Hari in the Eurovision Song Contest?
It is a fact.
Yeah, facts are facts. But why is it a fact?
Guys,
Well, and that's not without a question mark. Just why is it a fact? Period. No question mark.
guys, I think you are all very hateful because the
Thank
song
you.
is very good. No. No, the thing is that I agree 100% with everything that you guys said. It's very cheap, but I love it. Yeah, I love it. It's very Eurovision 2005, and that's how sometimes.
There are two more songs we're gonna say that we can say this about at least, where it's like, yeah, it's very cheap.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like, for example, I like it. I did like Cleopatra. I think it was more like a guilt pleasure, but I can recognize that the song has no quality. For example, it's very, very, very similar to last year's song, but it's the kind of song that started like that made me like Eurovision, because one of the first songs that I listened was Elena Paparizou, my number one, and like, it's kind of nostalgic, but it's not a song that it's going to be my top 10, for example. But I love it. I listen to it all the time. It's just very, very good. I cannot say it's quality though. Like, it's just my taste, but it's not quality. And we all listen to bad music.
Salvador, what do you think of the song? Salvador Sobral, what do you think of the song?
Salvador, something, guys. Salvador, when he invited Caetano Veloso, the guy who sang with him in Europe 2018, in the end, I met him in the movies. Like, he was going, I was in the movie theater, and Caetano Veloso was walking by. I said, Caetano! He said, I'm sorry, I have no time to talk to you now. I'm going to watch the movie. After I watch the movie, I can talk to you. But I did not want to wait the guy. He's from my town. He lives here.
Cool.
Wow.
But anyway, guys, let's talk about a song that people say is quality. Belgium. Let's talk about Belgium and Croatia just to save some time. I think Belgium is very good. It's a very good song.
I'm happy.
I think it's one of the 7 great songs of the year. There are 7 songs that are like fantastic. I'm not sure about its chances. It will need to be very well delivered on stage. About Croatia, I think it was a very good winner. I prefer Nina, but I think that Albina delivered.
Yeah.
I think it was a very good stage performance. I think everything was good, and that's it.
I quite like Croatia. I have this one little tick where I can't help but thinking of a different song with it, and that's "Rush" by Christa Bell from the national final, which was like, which I don't know how did it go again? It was like, Oh no,
Yeah.
oh no, here we go. You give me that rush. Oh, don't go, don't go. Like I can't help but think about that song by Christabel, and it's not. I'm not saying plagiarism or anything, but it just has a similar vibe, and her voice kind of reminds me of Christabel in a way. And I'm not mad at it, but that's just the song that creeps into my mind whenever I hear TikTok.
It's not your favorite. It's not among your favorites.
It's like
Not my favorite.
it's like lower top 15, maybe lower top mid top 20. I quite like it, but and I think it's gonna do well. It's a nice fun song. I think people are liking it, and I think these are Croatia hasn't been in the final since 2017, right? And then
Yeah.
so they missed it twice. Okay, and I probably think they would have missed it in 2020, although I did like that song. But this could be Croatia's ticket back to the final, I think.
What about Belgium?
I love it. I love it. I find the Johnny Cash line a little bit. I don't know. Like it's not a line that I'm going to sing along to. Like, don't you ever dare to wear my Johnny Cash T-shirt. It's specific, but I can get past that. It has a very nice sound. I was one of the few people who did like them last year, I think. So, and I'm happy with what they're bringing. It's definitely in my top 10.
All
TikTok
right.
is good. Croatia finally sending a bop, especially the part with the main language, with the Croatian.
Yeah, I hope she's going to keep the Croatian in Eurovision because we've had the local version, we had the Dora version, we had the other version. So
We just want the Hrvatska version.
Yeah, I would be
Yeah.
down for that. Yeah. At least bilingual and not so preferably not full on English, because I feel like the one thing I was thinking to myself like last week, I don't know when, just when I was getting off my bike or whatever, which is a typical Dutch thing. I was like, where's the Balkan this year? Because I love Balkan ballads, and we're not getting any. I mean,
None.
Serbia's singing in Serbian, but I am missing Balkan, especially when Voda was my number one last year. That explains a lot. But I'm missing the Balkan sound. I know I thought it because I was listening to Bosnia Herzegovina 2009.
So good.
I love that. I was listening to that and I was like, where is the typical Balkan sound this year? And on one hand, I can imagine people from the Balkan being where like, that's not all that we're about, and personally, like my country, the Netherlands doesn't really, and nor Belgium, don't really send typical local songs. And but I think when you have such a great local sound like the Balkan countries do have, then why not use it? And I feel like it's being underused, especially this
What about
year.
you, Shortcake? Croatian Belgium.
So, kind of regarding Croatia and the whole Balkan sound, I thought that's what we were going to get with Nina. And so I was, in essence, looking forward to that. But when we got Albina, it was, I mean, at first, of course, I had that moment of disappointment, but Albina performed it well. The song is not bad. It's pleasant. It's a pleasant song. It rides one wavelength. It has a single vibe, kind of like Ireland. But I don't necessarily think it's bad. She performed it well. She is handling this Eurovision process very, very well, despite being only like, 20 years old. And I feel like she's going to qualify. I can't exactly name the quality which is going to make her qualify, but I feel like it's going to happen.
There's one word in my opinion. It is refreshing.
Refreshing, yeah. That's
not what we would expect from Croatia, and that's good. That's good.
Yeah, from Croatia especially. Like this is different for you. So I appreciate the fact that they are showing more than just what they typically do, which is some kind of like, which is at time can be like a passé ballad. Belgium, I do think it is one of the most artistically crafted songs of the year. One of the least competitive, but when it comes to artistic demonstration, I appreciate that because Hooverphonic was my last place last year. This year, they're somewhere in my top 15. And I think that to be just telling of the fact that they are taking seriously the fact that they want to better themselves as artists, period, no matter the result here. So I really appreciate that they decided to do that.
It's genuine. Very genuine.
It feels genuine too. It feels like a Hooverphonic song.
and it wasn't crafted for Eurovision. It was.
Mhm.
Although I wouldn't say that Release Me wasn't very typical of Euphonic personally, but um, yeah, I'm very happy that it's here. It's not like the song that's going to make you stop in traffic. It's going to be something
Mhm.
that just flows very nicely. And thinking of it, I would quite like to see a performance kind of like Latvia 2019. You know, that had had like a living room setting of. It was a bit more jazzy maybe, but you know
But
something
that was
along
the
those
risk they were
lines.
willing to take. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Mhm.
I could see that kind of visual going on. A lot of close-ups and just yeah,
We need
just being
intimacy. There
really
needs to be
yeah,
like intimacy,
exactly,
camera up close, face. Yeah, like
exactly,
that would really do that
exactly.
song well, I think.
Although of course that really backfired in 2019 for Belgium. So let's hope history doesn't repeat itself there. Well, it's
The song
2018. I'm
is very
sorry,
sexy. The
2018.
song,
Mm.
I think the song has like some sexual appeal. I think it's going to do better than what people imagine
Okay.
because I think that they have their audience. It's not like
Yeah. Mhm.
I think that ah, there are some songs that are going to do well with people who usually watch Eurovision and with the fans because
Mhm.
we cannot deny that the fans, especially during the semi-final, they have a lot of impact.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I think that Belgium, for those people who do not usually watch Eurovision, it's a song that's going to really work.
Yeah,
My,
it could be like a less impactful Comma Linnets moment maybe.
indeed,
Because the Common Linnets
Okay.
ended up being a surprise. I mean, I don't think this
Yeah.
is as impressive as Calm After the Storm. I do think they have the same director again, who has had mixed results. Like he did really well with Common Linnets, and he did well with Douwe Bob, but then there were also some fiascos. But if this is going to be one of his good performances, then I think it could be like a less successful Common Linnets effect, where it's a genuine song within its own genre. Common Linnets had the countryside. This is more like easy listening indie pop. I don't know how to specify their exact genre. It has like bits of everything. Like it has
I almost
bits
want
of
to say like
positive
country
soul.
alt, like bluesy country alternative.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna say
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, so I think if they give like such a if they have that same atmosphere, like it won't be second place, but
Hmm.
it could do like it could do mid
late
table.
top 10, late
Yeah,
top 10 could be.
yeah, or like top 15, and like it could do it could do well. Yeah, it could.
Oof, I hope so.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's move on to some other countries just to close the semifinal. We have. I would like to ask you guys to just talk to the songs in blocks so we can move to the other semifinal very fast. So I'm gonna say 6 songs, okay? Cyprus, Israel, Malta, Norway, Romania, and Ukraine. So I'm gonna be very fast. I think Cyprus might not qualify. I think the song is very interesting. I think it's very Eurovision-ish, but I can see people avoid voting for it because it's too similar to Lady Gaga, and especially the judges. I think
Oh.
it might be a borderline qualifier, and it might end up not making it, like just for 2 or 3 or 4 points. It's possible. It's not. It's not. I'm not saying no. It's going to. It's going to happen. It's not like a curse, but it's possible. It can happen. I'm not a fan of the song, but I don't mind it. Israel, they need a huge revamp to make this stand out because if Israel really stands out and if they really manage to create a very good stage performance, I think Israel might qualify instead of Cyprus, for example.
It depends on what people are looking for. Are they looking for feel good or are they looking for cool? Because Cyprus is cool and
Mhm.
Israel might be less cool. Like it still has a cool vibe, but it's more of a fun vibe. And then Cyprus, like I don't know, like is it a song you're gonna dance to? Is it a song that's gonna make you very happy? Like it does have a bit of a dark atmosphere based on the music video, unless she's gonna bring out all different kinds of colors for the
At
performance. But I
at
doubt
this
that.
point, I don't think Israel is going to qualify. At this point,
Hmm.
if it
I don't
manages,
think it's. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't qualify. It's a
yeah,
personal favorite, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
yeah, but if it manages to have a very good revamp, then okay, they're going to make it instead of a big favorite because guys, there are many, many, many songs in the semifinal that are favorites. Somebody is going to flop.
Mhm.
Going to flop.
Yeah.
Like it's mathematically impossible to have all the favorites in the final. So somebody is going to flop.
Mhm.
So I don't see, for example, Russia not making to the final. They are going to make it. Azerbaijan, they are going to make it. Okay.
So we're gonna need a big bag of flop corn for this.
You gotta watch that because there's going to be drama after this first semifinal. Malta, I don't like the song, but I think it's going to make it to the final, and I can see it doing well. Norway, I don't like it, and I don't think it's going to qualify. Romania, it's very good, but I can see it not qualifying. It's a very good song, but I think that there are some songs that are just borderlines here. Ukraine, now that's a difficult situation because it seems that the judges they don't tend to support this kind of songs. So we have many examples throughout the years. For example, Finland in 2010, that was just a crime.
Good. That was such a crime.
Those judges should have been gone to prison, like straight after Eurovision.
It was one of the only like actual fun folksy songs of the year. Come on.
Exactly. So I think that Ukraine is going to have enough points to qualify from the televote. I'm not sure if the judge is going to, the impact of the judges is going to be that much. So I think they're going to qualify, but I'm not sure.
Ukraine still never failed to qualify before, right? They're still the only country which never failed. It's probably not gonna happen this year either.
For me,
they'll
4
probably
years
still
in a row,
qualify. Yeah, I think they'll probably qualify. Personally, it's definitely at the bottom for me. I think her voice sounds really harsh, and that's just a matter of taste. And maybe that's something that fits the genre. But for me, it's like, I'm gonna want a song to be pleasant to listen to, and for me, this is just not a pleasant song to listen to. I would definitely not be surprised if it qualified. I'm counting on it once again. Like I mostly find myself disagreeing a lot with the qualifying results. So there are just some songs where I'm like, okay, I'm already counting on it to qualify. So why fight it?
Yeah.
Okay, Shortcake.
Yeah, so I took some slight notes as you were going through those countries. The first one we were talking about was Cyprus. You said that you think this could be carrying the flop of the year. I completely disagree with you. I think it has the strongest first 5 seconds of all 39 songs. The first 5 seconds had the biggest impression of all the first 5 seconds of all the songs to me. And not only that, it is the Lady Gaga factor that she has that will be very apparent in the semifinal. But the opposite of what you're thinking, I feel like people are going to latch on to that. And not to mention, the chorus has that hook, that music video promised some very captivating staging. I think she is the most certain qualifier in this semifinal.
Just by that statement about the first few notes, I'm going to be excited about your opinion about Albania, but that's for later because if we're talking about opening notes, I mean Albania.
No, trust me, like it was a hard battle, but I have to give it to Cyprus. Recognizing Albania, I have to give it to Cyprus because.
Well, I mean, I'm settling for silver there.
Oh yeah. But yeah, we will talk about Albania because that's a whole moment just on its own.
Right.
Israel. This was, I believe, out of the 9 songs of the demos, this was my 8th place.
Ouch.
I don't like the song at all, but I love her. I love what she does. I love what she does with this. I feel like I'm not counting on her qualifying, but if she does, it would be because it appealed to people. I don't see it, but I could see it. I don't see it, but I could. Malta, I feel like she's also a definite qualifier. I feel like her, I'll say that later. I'll wait until I'll say that later. But I feel like she's qualifying because this song also has a lot of layers to it. It's not just the Charleston thing, like what was tweeted about, like I was kind of fearing for. It's not just that. I also got some like 2016 Beyonce flavor in there. Like I got some formation feeling.
Caro Emerald.
I got Khalid. Whoa. but I won't let you trick me twice.
Yeah.
That's the one I mainly got from the opening notes.
And it's like that. I feel like that's the kind of similar thing where it's like Cypress has Cypress has that Lady Gaga element. I feel like Destiny is going to be able to carry with like that same pop flag, just following a trend of an established artist.
Yeah.
I feel like she's going to
Though I personally feel like that she's using too many elements for my taste. Like with All My Love, it was more straightforward. You knew what you were going to get. Maybe people will think it's predictable, but I feel like with this song, it's just like a bit too much of a mixed bag. Like there's a bit of this, a bit of that, and there's this kind of chorus, and there's
taking
that
a
kind of chorus.
massive chance. Yeah, it's
Agreed.
really risky.
Yeah.
These elements don't go together typically, but
Agreed.
she's not trying to follow that kind of mold at all.
Yeah,
So
but for me,
I love her for that, but it is very risky.
It is. But on the other end, I feel like they picked like the French title. I mean, one of the biggest hits on TikTok, Bim Bam Toi, Junior Eurovision. I feel like that's inspirational.
And,
like that's
she's
inspirational.
young. She can appeal to the children. Like she can appeal to the younger people. Like, haha, je me casse. And it's like the next thing you know, that's going to be a TikTok trend, and it's going to like be swept under our feet. We don't even know it, because who knows what these kids see on TikTok anymore. So
yeah, but that's kind of my problem. Like with where we mentioned Hooverphonic being so genuine. Like this is like, okay, calculated is all I can say about that.
Calculated.
Yeah, but it's going to work, guys. It's going to work.
Yeah, it'll work. I think it'll work, but it just, for my opinion, too calculated.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but
I could see that. Yeah.
What about Norway?
Yeah, Norway. I personally don't see it qualifying, and this isn't because I dislike the song. If we had to pick one song that left a major impact out of this whole semifinal, and we grabbed 20 people from off the street, at least here in the United States, nobody would say Norway. I say that with utmost confidence, because the melody is just too simple. The production is too predictable. The lyrics are too simple. And the performance doesn't lead a lot. I don't know what the winning element or the qualifying element is here. And that's what I've always struggled. Anytime I've listened to it, anytime I've seen it, I just don't get that single aspiring quality that says, yes, this is stronger than at least 9 other songs. I don't see that.
No. What about Romania?
Is it just me talking about it?
Oh yeah. I just don't have anything to add about Norway.
I'm just saying,
I bashed them too much.
I don't like the song at all, you guys. Okay, so Alcohol You was my 6th place last year. I don't know why that is. It just was. This year, Romania is my 2nd to last. I wanted so much more with this song. I feel like it's so generically pop, and I get it. I know the lyrics are meaningful. I get that she's trying to explain a story and then convey that to her audience who feels the same way. I get that. But it's just the song, and I don't feel like it takes any risk in any direction except like the self-love at the end where it's like like the beat picks up. I really like that part. But other than that, I feel like I'm waiting for something that doesn't come. And I really feel like she's kind of mistreated those 3 minutes, which she's a better artist than this song. I recognize that. She's really good. She's skilled. But Alcohol You had a stronger last 45 seconds than this song. And both of the last 45 seconds in her songs, I feel like were the carrying moments. So I feel like she can qualify based on the youth vote. I feel like young people are really going to get on with this. But if it were up to me 100%, I don't want it to qualify because it didn't leave any impact on me. Any.
I think you said that it doesn't take a risk. I actually think it's quite a risky entry in the sense that Alcohol, like, I'm gonna kind of conflict what I said about Destiny maybe here, but for me, this Alcohol You, I like that song as well. I had it. I don't know where I had it exactly, but I was positive about that song for sure. And it was catchy, and I like that. But with this song, I feel like it's more complicated, and it doesn't really have a strong chorus. And for me personally, I don't really need it to have a strong chorus. I feel
Oh.
like the whole "I lost myself" and I'm feeling something sincere from her. I'm feeling like this wasn't too calculated. Well, now I'm not contradicting myself anymore. So I feel like this was not that calculated. I feel like this was like it takes on a topic that's popular, a topic of mental health, and in that sense, it does have a theme for it, going for it, that might not be that's necessary, but not necessarily like the most unique theme. Like, not she's not the only one doing it, but I feel like the way they approach the song is it's not a straightforward, simple pop song, and I feel like that's what I like about it. I like that that it's vocally quite strong. Because last year when she had Alcohol You, I remember like the first version compared to the final Eurovision version, she kind of like re-recorded the last part of the song, right?
Yeah.
And it sounded a little not off key, but it sounded a little bit more unusual. It sounded kind of like it was pasted in
I
a
do agree.
weird way. Yeah,
Yes.
and I got used to that, but yeah, but this song, it just feels, I don't know, it just I have I personally have it at number 10. So just in my top 10. And
Right.
when I first heard it, the first few listens, I was like, okay, it's quite nice, but I really don't know what to do with it.
Mhm.
And then I started feeling it more, and I just feel something genuine about it. And for that reason, I like it more than Alcohol You, but I'm not discrediting Alcohol You either, because I do like that song. But I feel like I'm getting a sense of evolution with her between these two entries.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Romania, I agree with everything you guys said. I just love the song. But like you guys, I agree 100% with everything you guys said about it. It's just tea.
It's
And I have-
unusual. It's an unusual song, and
Mhm.
I encourage it in this case. Yeah, it's different, and it's I and yeah. So the thing I mainly don't agree with it is that it's not taking a risk. I feel like it's definitely a risk. Like I feel like it's a risky entry, and yeah, without being very like alternative, or being very present, if you know what I mean, like without being like, oh wow, look at what's happening, look, wow, what a risk. But the risk is like how soft it is, how gentle it is.
All right.
Guys, we have some comments here. Croatia is the winner. You will all see Croatia will win. Honey, no. This
All right.
guy,
Let's
Rob,
put money on it, Robson.
I'm rooting for her to qualify. I'll definitely.
Yeah.
Let's put money
I
on it.
miss Bosnia, but their channel is broke as fuck, as I heard from Bosnian friend of mine. Yeah, Bosnia was a good country. Like they are. Cyprus non-qualifying would be chaos. Chile,
Oh, I would never.
Child. That was child.
Israel is dependent on the revamp right now.
Oh,
They said
I
this
haven't really given my opinion about Israel yet, because for
Oh,
me it's
yeah.
actually my number 3 or 4. I really like
He
it.
loves
And
the song.
I love that song, and I'll tell you why. Because a lot of the songs this year, I don't have like, oh damn, I want to listen to this all the time. I want to put it on repeat. And Israel is one of the few that I definitely want to keep listening to. And I know it wasn't among most of the fans. It wasn't the most popular entry she had at the national final, but I think I'm just an old person sometimes, because I really like it when songs are just have a really pleasant flow to them. I don't like songs when they're too aggressive, which was my opinion about the two other songs. They had a bit of a aggressive beat to it, which I personally didn't really care for. So for me, it was definitely the one I liked the most, and it's really been growing on me ever since. And I like that the beat is quite modern R&B-ish, and that it doesn't have too much of that ethnic sound, which the revamp is gonna have. So I'm holding my heart for the revamp and how much I'm gonna like it after that. But I definitely really am excited about it still. So, yeah.
Ooh, okay, guys.
But I don't
hold
think
on.
it's going to qualify anyway. So.
Trying to get out the window, so I gotta go get him.
What's going on?
So,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
Jeffrey, do you want to talk about Ukraine? You said something about Norway, Romania, and Ukraine. I think you said something about Norway, but
Yeah.
in Romania, but you gotta
I
talk about
didn't say anything about Norway yet, but I don't
you
really
can
have
say
much.
something about Norway, please.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add about Norway. I don't know what to do with the song. Like I think the visuals are strong, and that could be one of the only reasons that it would qualify. But I guess because he's so famous locally, I guess that's why he won the
You
national
are
final. And yeah,
the only reason why.
yeah. I wouldn't say it's because of the song. I do think I liked it more when it was in Norwegian. But yeah, it's a song that on one hand I would be like, okay, I have to re-listen to this a few times to maybe get more into it. But on the other hand, I don't feel like I need to get more into it. But the visual is strong. The visual is strong. Like if you're gonna see it in a recap, you're gonna be like, oh, that's the angel guy. That's people are gonna remember him for that reason. But I don't know if that's gonna be enough to make them grab the phone. But he is gonna stand out visually, I assume. I think many of the other entries are gonna have a less impressive outfit. The outfit is impressive.
It is.
That being said, it could win the Barbara Dex Award, but it's an impressive outfit in my opinion. But on the other hand, when you have an impressive outfit like that, it makes the song seem more pale by comparison. Like you can be like, oh, it's the angel guy. Oh yeah, he was the guy with the angel wings, and you're not being like, oh, he was the guy, and the song went like this. Like so it might not work to his advantage that it stands out visually.
Yeah, I think that this song, it's not a good combination, the visuals and the song. Because, for example, I remember that a friend of mine in 2017, she's from Finland, and she's not an Eurovision fan, but she watches it. And every time I call her and ask her to send a text and vote for a song that I want, like we are very close friends. We met in USA actually. But something that she did and it really raised my eyebrow, she voted for Montenegro in 2017. And I think that the regular viewer, like when there's something very messy, very funny, okay, I'm gonna vote for that crap. That's it. And like for example, it happened to Romania, and I remember somebody said something about that. It was very rude back in 2013, but it made sense. He said, of course Romania is going to qualify because by the end of the semifinal,
people are going to remember it.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, everybody's going to be drunk and say, okay, I'm going to vote for that crap.
That's I'm going to vote for the vampire singing vampire.
That's what people think. Okay, I'm going to vote for that cheese fest. That's what people think about Eurovision because now us fans, some of us fans feel offended when a country sends songs like that. But people in general, they vote for it.
But that's I think that song was an explosion, because it was an explosion visually and
that's a song Norway doesn't have it.
Norway doesn't have that explosion indeed. Like Cesar is going all over the place and Tix is staying on the same level. Like the first minute or like 30 seconds, you're going to be like, oh wow, what an outfit, and then the hype.
And then you're looking at your phone by a minute and 15 seconds. So
exactly, yeah.
And then probably Ukraine is going to perform after him, and everybody's going to forget him.
Probably, yeah.
I have Ukraine as a qualifier, just based on basically
their track record. Yeah, because their track record just like it doesn't. It would have to be pretty bad for them to not qualify.
Essentially,
yeah, exactly, and that's pretty much the case with Sweden. Although in my opinion, Anna Bergendahl was definitely not bad at all, but that was just the exception to confirm the rule, I guess. And who knows? Like, there's also a chance maybe that if Robin Cranberry, I never know how to pronounce his name. I always say Robin Cranberry, Robin Cranberg. If he hadn't been an automatic finalist, I don't know. Maybe he wouldn't have qualified either.
Yeah, I think that this semifinal, guys, it's very similar to the first semifinal of 2011. And it's very similar to the second semifinal of 2010 two main favorites. Somebody's going to flop.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to flop. There's going to be a shock qualifier. There's going to be
for sure.
2 or 3 shocking non-qualifiers, and that's how it goes. Like, it's impossible to have everybody in the final, guys.
True.
True.
Okay,
Yeah.
Jeffrey, you have to say something about Romania and Ukraine, right?
I mentioned Romania, and I talked about both of them. Like Romania, I like it, more complicated. We had a long talk about that one. Ukraine, not my cup of tea, but based on their track record, they're going to qualify, and I know the other fans are excited about it. So I've accepted that it's a qualifier, a very likely qualifier, and what's the point in fighting that?
I feel that way about so many songs.
Like, it's definitely not my thing. Like I said before, that I feel like I'm an old person, and I like it when stuff is a bit more peaceful. And some people might say boring, but I'm someone who tends to like the more boring songs. Although even I have my limits, of course. But
No, I feel
yeah. So this is it's not my thing, but I'm expecting it to qualify. I would be shocked if it doesn't, actually. So,
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at this comment here. Don't you think that TGS fills you with everything you need, so you don't need alcohol? That's so hard, because if I had to pick a trifecta of the 3 perfect ballads of last year, it would be TGS, Grow, and Alcohol You. Those were my 3 favorite ballads of last year. So I don't know. I feel like they were 3 pieces of a puzzle rather than competing songs against each other. I feel like all together they created something really nice. So that's how I feel about that.
Grow is amazing. It's a very underrated song.
Yeah. Love it. Yeah.
Jordan, you're literally...
I know it's not a popular opinion at all. I know that, like, especially because there's a lot of young people in the fandom who really, really, really like the song and get behind it because it spoke to them. I know that I'm conflicting with that opinion a lot, but I can't shake the feeling that I don't know exactly what is the identifying factor of this song. And maybe the live performance, if she really sells it, can change that completely for me. Because that's what I count on, a Tamara Tedesco moment where it's just like, I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah. But I what's that? Am I just I don't know. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing.
This is my husband comment, Jeffrey, and he's your fan. He likes you.
I love you too. But what you just said, I get where you're coming from, because I wouldn't say that Amnesia is accessible. I don't think it's a very accessible song. I personally like it, and that's why I think it's risky. But I wouldn't call this an accessible song at all, because my first opinion, like the first few times hearing it, I was like, okay, nice, but I don't get it. And then later, I feel like I did get it. But I understand where you're coming from with that opinion.
Oh, okay. Thankfully, I didn't just die at the stake right there.
Oh no, honey, I don't.
Okay, guys. So the thing is,
so peaceful.
As I always mention this, we are not specialists, we are fans.
Yeah.
So our opinion is just as valuable as yours.
And
So-
it's not meant as disrespect towards any of the artists at all. And especially in some cases where you're like, okay, I like this artist, but I don't like this song. It's quite disappointing, to have
I feel
to
that
be
way about
negative
so many
about it.
Artists this year.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
year.
Like exactly. Like there's like I mainly feel that way about Destiny and Samantha Tina. I really like them, but with these songs, I'm like, damn, you're so talented, and why is this the song? And okay, Malta is a bookmaker's favorite. Apparently, a lot of people do like it, but it makes me sad because I'm like, I want you to do well. I'm excited to see your name on that list because of things you've done in the past, and I'm freaking excited that you're here. But I wish your moment in the spotlight would have been a different moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like not in a different time, but like I wish it would have been with a different song, because I want you to succeed. I want you to do well, but I can't be like, well, I love this artist so much that I'm going to root for them regardless of what they're bringing. I mean, that wouldn't be fair, but of course I want to see them shine.
We need to also mention that, like, very rarely is it the decision or the fault of the artist to be singing the song they're singing. Like, their teams and the delegations, big groups of people who make a lot of decisions on what they do. So as much as it is them giving you the song, there's a lot behind the scenes that gave you
True.
that specific moment. So
True.
yeah,
And true. And then there's this thing where there's like, you have the person, and then you have the artist, as in the brand, and it's all not personal, of course. Like it's like and then like what you said, like there's not just the person, there's the artist / brand, and then also the team, indeed. And the question is how much of the decision is made by the artist or the person, or
yeah, eat and be like set free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
True,
I think that the songs this year that were internally selected are much worse than the songs that were selected by national selections, and this is very weird for me because that's I was talking to Gustav again during this interview, and I told him, who are these people selecting these songs? Who are these people taking these decisions? These people sound clueless. Who are they? Like, no, these songs are not good. Like, how could you choose this song? Like, who are the, like, no, like I heard one song that was rejected from Dora. And it was very good. Like, who are choosing? Who are listening to these songs? And like,
sometimes it's really confusing. Yeah,
it just feels so wrong. It just feels so weird. So, guys, very fast before we move to the second semifinal, who are your finalists? I'm going to start with mine, okay, because I think it's going to be a bit more controversial. So I think that Australia, Lithuania, Russia, Sweden, Azerbaijan, Belgium are certain qualifiers. Then we have Malta and Ukraine. I think these are certain qualifiers. Then we have 2 spots. These 2 spots, I think it's between Romania, Croatia, Cyprus, and Israel. I think these 4 songs, they have chances to qualify, but they also have chances to not make to the final. So it's like it's going to be a 4 songs fight for 2 spots. And I think that Croatia is going to make it, and it's going to be along with Romania, mostly based on the block voting, because I think that Romania is going to have a push from the block voting, and I think that Croatia is going to do well because of Slovenia and Macedonia. That's it. That's what I think. Shortcake.
So, starting off with my most certain qualifiers, I would go Cyprus, Malta, and Australia, and Lithuania are my most certain. Ukraine is a little less certain, same with Azerbaijan and Sweden and Slovenia. Russia, I feel like, is taking a risk. Croatia, I feel like, is taking a risk. I also feel like those are going to qualify. How many did I just say? I don't know how many I just said because I have 12 in this list. At the bottom, though, okay, so Ukraine and Russia, so it's 2 spots, among whom I see Ukraine and Russia, Ireland and Israel being like one of the grabbers of those 2 spots. And I think those 2 countries are going to be Ukraine and Russia. Block voting kind of flavored.
Predictable also, yeah.
Yeah. And
it's I feel like I have to agree. Like sometimes we just get these predictable qualifiers, and I think that's not going to be any different this year.
Yeah, I'm super confident about the first 4 that I mentioned. So Australia, Lithuania, Cyprus, and Malta. I feel like they're a shoo-in. The other 8 I mentioned are in it for those 6 spots, and I'm ready to lose anybody. Yeah, I'm just ready to lose anybody.
Yeah, I think I don't like Slovenia, but I can see they qualifying.
I feel like it's going to have the ballad kind of like click. I feel like having not that many good ballads.
He froze.
We're having an Elsa moment.
Because he was talking about Slovenia. That's the reason why. It's not a good song. It's a vocal exercise.
Oh, it's a lovely song. But it's
Jeffrey, it's so good.
but it's lifted. It's lifted by Anna.
Okay, you're back.
I'm back. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I only just got this. I said we're having an Elsa moment. I only just now realized we were talking about Anna and you froze. You know.
Damn, you
Just
should
nerding out
be a
here.
rapper. You should be a rapper, Jeffrey.
I'll try.
Start writing ciphers. Yeah, but those are mine.
You're saying it was a ballad moment. That would be a ballad moment.
I feel like that'll be
That's
the ballad
impressive.
moment of
She's
the
so
semifinal.
impressive. Like yeah.
Yeah.
I can see her like just qualifying and then flopping in the final. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
But I would just really be happy if she qualified.
Me too. She's one of the ones where it's just like, please qualify for the sake of like my own like.
Right? And I
taste
also
to
have
qualify.
to see if my country is voting in that semi or if we're voting in the other one. Yeah, we're voting. Or my country's voting in semi one. So yeah, that's good. I'll vote. I'm gonna. She'll have votes. She'll have votes.
Thank you.
Vote.
Bedunked. Thank you.
Hey, that was good. That sounded very convincing. That sounded very convincing.
Okay, so are these your 10 qualifiers? I did not really get 10.
Oh, you didn't hear what my 10 qualifiers certainly were. Okay, so
Yeah.
my 10 qualifiers are Australia, Lithuania, Slovenia, Azerbaijan, Sweden, Croatia, Cyprus, Malta, Ukraine, and Russia.
That's pretty much
With a
possible.
lot of leg room for Romania and Israel and Ireland. I feel like either of those three can sneak attack. So
Yeah.
I'm
Although neither Romania and Ireland have been very lucky in the last few years, and
I know
it's not like they have.
Yeah.
I like their songs, but it's not like they have the most expected powerhouses. And I feel like they usually Romania used to be a very steady qualifier, but that hasn't been the case for the last few years.
Mhm.
And I guess. I would want them to qualify, but I'm not convinced it's going to happen. But
Okay. So what's your 10 qualifiers list, Jeffrey?
well, if you expect me to be good at predicting, let me tell you this: you're in the wrong place. That's the title, right? Yeah, you're in the wrong. I keep thinking, is it the wrong place, or the wrong kind, or the wrong door, or the wrong room?
Or the wrong shirt?
The wrong shirt. It's not the Johnny Cash T-shirt.
The wrong shirt.
You're in the wrong video. You're in the wrong semi.
Wrong country.
Wrong country. And they might have told the previous singer that she's in the wrong place, and that's a cruel joke. But yeah, I feel bad for Luca. That's
She did not deserve it.
yeah. I did like Release Me. I'm gonna be really bad at predicting the qualifiers, so I'm just gonna say that Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands will be voting in the semi. So yay, I get to vote in the semi. Well, I will definitely be voting for Slovenia and Israel, and I think it could be pointless. And I have a great talent of voting for songs that don't qualify. For example, when Malta 2017 happened and she got 0 from the televote, I voted for her 7 times. Love that song. And so that's my taste. My taste usually flops. So I'm kind of cursing Slovenia and Israel here, maybe, but I'm going to be voting for them. I'm going to be voting for them, like, for sure. Like, that's just a fact. Like, there's nothing getting in between me voting for them. And then I'm going to consider voting for Romania. And I'm going to consider voting for Ireland, I think, because Sweden doesn't really need it. I might consider voting for Albania. Croatia. I keep saying Albania because I keep saying Albina, and I keep saying Albania TikTok, but sorry. Croatia. Croatia would have to convince me with their performance for me to vote for them. I think Hooverphonic would be like my third likely to vote for. So those 3 are some countries that I really hope are qualifying. but I'm not counting on a miracle. And then Croatia Croatia would be fifth, Romania fourth, and well, Sweden doesn't need it. So I'd say it's not a super strong semi for my personal taste, but it is a dangerous one. It is a dangerous one, and I can see. Yeah, I mean El Diablo. Well, let's see, Cyprus, Malta, Sweden. I like those, but I wouldn't like them enough to the level of televoting. I do have a soft spot for Ireland, so I would sooner decide to vote for Ireland, which I quite like. But I feel like it's gonna be a semi where I lose a lot of the ones that I like the most.
Definitely.
But yeah, I feel like that's definitely gonna happen. But it's not a semi that I'm super invested in beyond Slovenia and Israel. And yeah, I'm prepared to lose them both, but I would say that Slovenia is more likely to qualify because that's more of a wow moment. I feel like
as a wow moment.
Yeah, although she shouldn't. I'm worried she might be put second in the running order. That's gonna kill her.
Yep.
I'm worried for that.
Or
I don't
Belarus.
think.
It can be either her or Belarus.
Yeah, whoever's performing before or after Belarus is gonna be lucky, probably. Yeah, I feel like it's like I really do hope Slovenia will qualify because I do think it's going to be a wow moment with those vocals and then Israel if Israel gets to go last, I think that could raise their chances.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It could be a strong closer. I wouldn't be surprised if they put. Okay, I guess I'm just speculating about running order now instead of qualifiers. Let's do that.
It's hard not.
What do you think would be? What do you guys think would be the closing song? I feel like Roxanne would be too dark to close the show. Tix would also be a little bit too dark to close the show, but I wouldn't say it's not at all likely to happen.
I feel like to close the show, it would be between Cyprus, Malta, and Lithuania. Wait, hold on. I need to see who's in what half before I even.
Lithuania's in the first half.
The second
I think
half,
Lithuania could be an opener. Maybe.
Azerbaijan, Belgium, Croatia, Cyprus, Israel, Malta, Norway, Romania, and Ukraine. I think it could be Malta.
Malta could close. Yeah.
Yeah, Azerbaijan could. No, Azerbaijan no.
When you said the word closer, I thought Destiny. That's just immediately what I thought. Just
probably.
When you said the word closer, yeah.
Although if you look at, for example, 2017, I remember they put Latvia with Triana Park and Line as a closer, which was quite unexpected in my opinion, and I thought it was going to lift its chances, but then it got last place. What do I know? But I did like it I did like that decision to put something pretty unique at the end. I did that last year they would have done that last year with Samantha Tina, which is again Latvia, but that's just a coincidence, like a non-favorite as a closing entry. That would be quite nice, but I guess I wouldn't be surprised if they closed with Malta and opened with Lithuania. That would be pretty predictable, but not unexpected.
Girl, I need your 10 qualifiers, girl. Because we have to move. It's our live.
I can't do that. Oh God, 10 qualifiers. Well, okay. Top of my head, okay. Lithuania is definitely qualifying. Sweden is qualifying. Azerbaijan is qualifying. I'm gonna say Croatia is qualifying. Cyprus is qualifying. That's 5. Destiny is qualifying. That's 6. Ukraine is qualifying. That's 7. I didn't have Russia yet, I think, so that's 8. Well, I'm just going to be positive and add Slovenia.
Israel.
Well, I want Israel to qualify, but I'm not expecting it necessarily. Although, it's not the only up tempo song in the second half, but I think Israel and Malta are like the only up tempos that are lighthearted, I would say, because El Diablo and Mata Hari and TikTok, I think all three of them have kind of a darkish vibe. Like TikTok is not super
Like
dark
you're in the
or
light dark
scary, but
grass kind of a thing. Yeah.
yeah, like it has kind of a dark undertone. And I think Shimakas and Set Me Free are the only ones who are more lighthearted up tempos. But then it could be beaten out by Shimakas. So I guess I need a 10th qualifier, and I guess that's Belarus. No, that was just for shit and giggles. I don't know. Let's say Belgium. I didn't have Belgium yet. I think let's say Belgium. Okay, that should be 10, right? Yeah. I think that's 10.
So Robinson here, I think the top 3 is Ukraine, Austria, and Croatia. Ireland's a non-qualifier.
With top 3 Austria, does he mean Australia or?
Set Me Free is so good into the chorus, and that just was the interest until Adam goes back to the verse.
I just get all positivity from Set Me Free. Like it's like yay. Like the lyrics aren't like whoa yay, but it just has something passionate to it, and
yeah, it does.
Ireland staging is being done by the guy who staged Sweden in 2015, so I'm excited for that. But yeah, they can make something interesting.
They can have Nora's backpack. Doesn't it have a map in it? Sorry. I apologize.
Guys, let's go very fast to the semifinal 2 because it's 2 hours and I don't want to keep you guys here. I feel sorry for.
Okay, it's 3 p.m. on Saturday here. You're good.
Right. So let's go. So semifinal 2, guys. I'd like to start with Portugal, and it's a question from Umut, who said, no, it's not this question. It's this one. What do y'all think about the plagiarism controversy?
I haven't heard anything about that.
I think it's BS. I think it's BS, guys. Nah.
Well, I'm away from my computer for a few hours, and there's already another controversy. Like I don't have enough fingers to count these controversies. Russia, Belarus, Malta, apparently. What's Jesus? Like
yeah, I think that Belarus, like
Macedonia or Macedonia.
Belarus, this kind of dictatorship, like this kind of government, they are not going to lose an opportunity to send a song and to promote it. So they are going to go to Eurovision. So it's not like, oh no, they are not going. They will like give up. No, they will send a song because
now they're just gonna sing about puppies and unicorn in the same sad tone.
Yeah,
I like puppies. I like unicorns.
It's how these governments work. You know, I think they are going to send a song to promote and show that their country is a very good place, blah blah blah. But I would be surprised if they do not participate, because it has been one of the backbones of this system in Belarus, like Eurovision, Junior Eurovision, trying to promote the country and making people forget the horrible stuff that's been happening there. So let's start with Portugal. I don't think that it's. Have you heard Shortcake the video?
I did, and okay, yeah, they do sound vaguely, roughly similar, but I don't feel like it carries enough for it to like be cited as a controversy in this sense, because we're not even certain about the release date of like that other song, and not to mention it's a simple enough melody where it's like, yes, someone else can write this song. I don't think it needs to be pressed this far into issue. It's like it's already here. And the whole like, oh, it should be like Carolina thing because this and that. No, that's tired. Let's put that away. I think we just need to stop worrying about the controversies around the song and just let it try to have its positive moment, because it's trying to do that at least, and everybody else is trying to take that away from it. So
and there is something that I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No.
Yeah, because if they it's not going to happen.
Mhm.
But if they eventually do not go to Eurovision, I cannot believe, I just don't see Carolina accepting to go in, because one of the members of the band is the godfather of her son. So they're very close.
Oh
The
wow.
music industry in Portugal is very small. Everybody's very close.
Mhm.
Okay, so and that's why Black Mamba and Carolina were in the top two in the jury voting, because many people that were in the jury, they have worked with Carolina, they have worked with Tatanka from Black Mamba. So that's I'm not saying that. I think that Portugal, as it's such a small country, they should avoid having singers in the jury and inviting professors, composers, other people in the music industry. Because if you get these singers together, it it can be very,
All bestie.
yeah, it's not trustful. You cannot. It's not nice. It's not a good idea. So I think RTP should think about that. That's just my opinion. And like the third place in the jury voting was Sara Afonso, which like it was the best song of
I
the
love it.
competition.
It was so
Like
good.
it's
Mhm.
yeah, it was the best song. You may say no, it's not a good idea for Eurovision, blah blah. Yeah, I respect that. But song wise, that was the best song in the competition.
Wait,
After Festival da Canção, there was this singer who was here in our YouTube channel, and he was analyzing. He's a Brazilian singer. He's a producer. He's famous. He's always releasing albums and everything. Pedro Moraes, that's his name. And he said, Samuel, the three songs that really impressed me in the competition were Valéria,
Yes.
Euclides, and Sara Afonso. And he said, Sara Afonso was amazing. And that's
Yeah.
most of the people out of the Eurovision bubble said, okay, this is a good song. Okay,
It
this
is
is
for
a
sure.
good song.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think it was overshadowed by the big names,
Mhm.
and it was also overshadowed by the fun favorites, like the hypes. And when this kind of things happen, we just do not analyze. Okay, let's try to focus. What's the best song? This is the best song. We're going to vote for this. I don't think that's what happened in Portugal.
Mm.
But it's a great song for me with Portugal. It's just definitely one of my favorite countries, music wise. It's
too.
a very authentic country.
Yeah.
And when the songs from Festival de Canção came out, there was one song I didn't like, and that was one by Ian Mundo, I think it was
I didn't
called.
like
Yeah, the English just really ruined it for me. And then there were a few songs where I'm like, okay, not standing out, but just like, okay, I can respect it. It's decent, but just a little forgettable. But overall, the quality was just insanely good, and so for me, it was like, okay, as long as it's not that one song or the songs that are pretty forgettable, but they weren't very likely to do that well. I was like, okay, I'm happy with whatever's going to happen, and I'm still happy with what happened. Although, yeah, there were better options, but overall, I'm excited about what they're sending this year.
Fabio's comment here, Valéria deveria ter ganho, which means Valéria should have won.
I loved her. I loved her.
So good.
It was
Honestly,
it
I
was
thought she
really
was going
Fado.
to win. For a second, I
Yeah.
thought she was gonna win, and I would have been like, okay, honestly, Fado, let's go.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, it's about to be a moment.
Imagine Belarus pulling up with Euphoria 2.0. Let me tell you something. Of course, you guys have heard about Paul Jordan, who is Dr. Eurovision, right? He has
Oh,
a
yeah.
podcast on Eurovision. I read his thesis, and I even wrote an article about that, about how some countries they use Eurovision as a
Propaganda.
strategy. Yeah, exactly. It's called nation branding, which means that the country is going to try to reproduce an image, okay, to project internationally. And this is interesting because Eurovision was very important for countries like Latvia, Ukraine, and Estonia in the
And
beginning of
Azerbaijan.
because they were leaving the Soviet Union and they needed to find a
nuclear.
place
Yeah.
in Europe.
True.
And so Eurovision was very important for them. And I think that's why I can't see Belarus leaving the competition at this point.
Okay. Yeah, no, I could see where you're coming from there. A Euphoria 2.0, whoa, that's a massive demand. But ultimately, I do agree with what you're saying. Yes, this was a massive branding moment. And not to mention, can they at least like get the phone numbers of the people who worked on the junior Eurovision songs? Because come on, like just
Yeah.
sheer
exactly.
junior Eurovision versus this contest. It's like, do you even have their phone numbers?
Yeah. Well,
Where are they? Where are they?
I'm guessing this comment is mostly trolling, but of course, what has to be taken into account if we get very serious about the probably not so seriously intended comment. Euphoria worked because of the combination with Lorraine. There were some stories about Danny was offered the song and it was first more schlagerish and stuff, but it worked because she has that emotional tone to her voice. She has that sense of
Commanding. She has a star quality.
and she has that sense of melancholy that she added to Euphoria. You couldn't just give Euphoria to anyone, and and the same thing. What no matter what you give this band, we're still gonna get the same sound that we got from the last song. So you could give them a major hit, and I still don't think it would be conveyed well. So yeah, I don't think I have any hopes at all for whatever they might come up with.
Neither do I, frankly.
Yeah, because the voice is just very like it's just not my cup of tea. But yeah, it's just.
Oh, I wish Carolina could go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Carolina very much, but I think that
Love her. She was definitely like the well, probably the only name that I recognized from the list because she had that other song Vida Toda.
Toda.
Yeah, I love that song. So I was really excited to see her on the list, and yeah, I would have picked her over the Black Mamba, but of course you're kidding. Well, luckily, I expected that, but. Yeah, I would have picked them over the Black Mamba, but now that we have the Black Mamba, I personally am definitely supporting it. It's somewhere at the end of my top 10, and mostly, I don't know if I said it on camera or before on camera, the vibe that I'm getting from the song, like it has like the throwback, like it's in black and white, so I think we have to imagine it being a throwback to the 60s, but I'm getting more 90s, like easy listening radio. I'm getting like Macy Gray, Macy Gray basically was active in the 2000s, but she debuted in the late 90s, so I'm counting her as 90s. And Simply Red, just the adult contemporary vibe. It's not gonna, it's not gonna be the thing us fans are gonna bop to, but personally, I'm impressed with it. The voice is very unique.
Listener might love it.
Yeah,
I totally fall in love with it.
He's better in Portuguese because he has a solo career. Tatanka, the singer. He has a solo career and he sings in Portuguese in his solo career.
Oh, cool.
And it's better in Portuguese. In my opinion.
I'll check that out later.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, guys. Let's move to. I would just like to add that. I don't know if you guys know, but "Love Is on My Side" is a song about a prostitute.
Yeah, you mentioned it, and
Oh, I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jeffrey.
At first, when I first heard it, the lyrics were also kind of confusing because it's something about I'm a queen or something about being a queen.
Yeah,
so it's sung from the perspective of the woman, indeed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are some lyrics.
Sold my body on that cold, dirty floor.
Exactly. Yeah. Sold my body. That's after you mentioned the topic. I was like, okay, of course. And then the third line is "Don't know how I thought I'd be a queen," which. I guess that confirms that he's singing from her narrative.
Because he met her in Amsterdam, and she was a very old prostitute. She was an immigrant from an Eastern country, and she told him that even though she went through a lot, she was a drug addict, she said that she always believed that love was on her side.
Okay, there we go. I think that's what I was missing. I think that's what I was missing
Yeah.
from the song, just that kind of drawing in meaningful moment of just like that kind of emotion. Okay, there we go. I mean, I kind of feel like that solves the problem of that song for me.
And do you think we're gonna see that on stage, or is it? Yeah,
I don't know.
do you
He
think
has
we're
3
gonna get a
minutes.
reflection of but
He
like
has
they
3
they
minutes.
could do it with like a cartoon in the background, maybe like a very simply drawn black and white cartoon, maybe like they didn't do that, of course, for Festival de Canção, but maybe that would elevate the song if they had some kind of cartoon with it.
Yeah, maybe.
And that would work better than like if you have Belgium 2014, where it was the dancer who like kind of like reflected the mother. I don't think that would work for this performance to have a dancer with it. But
No.
personally, I always really dislike having a dancer on a ballot personally, because but I think this could like work with maybe like a cartoon or something, kind of like a black and white.
Yeah, it can work, but I'm not. Yeah, okay. As we're talking about Portugal, I would like to start with the second half of the second semifinal. Then we go to the first half.
Okay.
So let's start with Albania, Bulgaria, Denmark, Finland, and Georgia. I'm gonna start saying that Georgia and Denmark, they have no chance to qualify. I really like Denmark. Denmark is one of the
really cute. It's really cute. I love his tattoo. Like he has this heart-shaped tattoo here on his heart. That's really pretty. Although we couldn't really see it that clearly, but that was cute. And just the suits were cute. The song's cute. But I can imagine cute not being enough. But I like it.
Yeah, I do, and I hate Denmark in Eurovision.
Really? I hadn't noticed that.
I think they always send these songs that are middle of the road and they are overrated. And usually there's this very good song in a selection and they never choose it. And that's why I'm always pissed. And this song is a song that I like. This was one of my favorites in the national selection. I think it was a good winner. I think that they made a very good national selection with an orchestra. This is great. I think it's a good song, but I can't see it qualifying. I think it deserves it.
Yeah, I think it might do pretty all right with the juries, like a jury qualifier, but then it lacks the urgency for the televoters to be like, okay, this is the one I'm going to vote for. They're going to be like, oh, this is one of the nicer ones, but it's not going to be among their top 5 or.
It might even be bottom 3 in the televote.
Could happen. I could see that happening. It has fun vibes, but does it have that urgency to really get up and pick up the phone?
I don't like Georgia. I like Georgia. I think Georgia has a nice melody. But
another country with controversy. How shocking!
Yeah,
he had like his middle finger and some subtext.
But apparently that was like an error in translation or something. I don't know. But like again, the song isn't that defensible, as Sonia was saying. Like it's nice, it's pleasant. It'll appeal to the casual listener who listens to that type of music. But ultimately, if you check how competitive the semifinal is, and just with the different angle everybody's taking, there's so many unique angles here. I feel like it kind of suffers from the same plight as Denmark. That it's also not qualifying because
it's not exactly a unique song either, and I like it more than last year, I think, but it's overall I'm just like, okay, it's just there, and it's not a song I'm gonna be paying a lot of attention to personally. It's like it's there and it's not bad, but it's
I think that people have too much time on their hands this year because of the pandemic, and they are creating controversy out of the blue.
That's possible.
This pandemic needs to go. Like it needs to go. People
Hallelujah! It's not glorious.
Oh, I feel that. I feel that in the center of my soul.
Is that worth an amen?
Yes.
Maybe two. Oh wait, where do I recognize 2 amens from?
Hey, child, talking to me.
Hey, child.
So, guys, Finland, I think it's a certain qualified. It's a fantastic song. And Albania, I think it might qualify. I think it has a good chance.
I say
And
six.
Bulgaria,
notes. Wow. And Albania does tend to do well in Albanian. I mean, even in 2018, when it was like the semi-final of death, they managed to pull through.
Mhm.
It was a strong performance, but it wasn't the most expected qualifier at all. So
No.
I wouldn't be
11th
surprised if
overall.
she qualifies. It's super strong, and I'm expecting her to give a hell of a performance. I mean, we know she did that at Festival Ikengus, and she's going to do that again, I'm assuming. And yeah, I'm thinking they're going to make it look very well and professional. And
Mhm.
yeah, it's my number 4, I think. I'm probably the only one who actually feels like the revamp made it worse. I'm probably alone there because I feel like with the intro, like they added some beats there while her voice alone was enough, and then with the second verse, like it has some extra beat, and I'm like, okay, this is almost turning into Supergirl from last year, which I really didn't like.
Wait, yeah, I saw people saying that. I saw people
Yeah.
comparing it to Supergirl. Yeah.
Yeah, like at the second verse, it's like it's going into that same kind of beat, and it doesn't go as far, luckily. But
but
I
you
don't
know,
feel
the producer of the revamp is the guy that what's his name? I always forget his name.
I forget.
He's the guy that composed Last Dance. That he composed.
that
He's in the
Dimitris
Dream Team.
Kontolopoulos.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we know where he got that beat, I guess. But I feel like that's a waste. And like the revamp for me didn't add anything. Like it was already clean enough. Like clean. I don't know if that's the word, but it was already like polished enough for me in the original version. And the revamp is not like, wow, it's so bad, I hate it now. But it did go. It did drop it a few places for me. Like it's still at the very top for me, but. It wasn't a necessary revamp. I could have just gone with the previous version and just added a music video to it. Personally,
Okay, I do agree. It was not.
they didn't change. They didn't change a lot, but the things they did change, I'm like, okay, didn't need those changes.
Okay. No,
What
I mean,
about
yeah,
Sasha
like it didn't need
Timothy
to be.
as a? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, no worries. Yeah, it didn't need to be revamped, as you said. But the thing is, I like the revamp. It's less artistic, less orchestral, kind of like in your face. There's a performance piece. It's
That's true.
more poppy, more beat droppy, more geared toward a younger, more pop centric audience.
That's true.
It did not move the song for me. If there's one thing, the song stayed in the same place for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I do agree though. If you do like the previous version, you would not at all like this version. But I
think it's just being used to the previous version. I guess that's just it. It's not. These aren't massive changes, and I'm just like I'm just picking at straws, and I'm like, yeah, it's just that's the way I felt about it. But still, it's a fantastic song in my opinion, and it's like for me, honestly, like it took the first 3 selected songs, so Israel, Albania, and France. They really haven't left my top 5. Like they were my top 3 for the longest time, and yeah, I'm still very excited about Albania, and I really hope it qualifies because it would show once again that the people appreciate Albania being Albania.
Mhm.
And not having an English version that really downgrades the song, but then
from the sky. What?
That was shit. That was shit.
One of the worst. Okay, Albania has had bad revamps in the past, but I think that was probably the worst thing they've ever done.
That was like, who did that? Who? That's another question.
I honestly didn't think
that
that revamp was that bad.
These decisions. Who said it was a good idea? Who told her that?
I honestly don't think that revamp was that bad. I think Lindita had the worst.
That one also was a pretty bad.
Yeah,
but the song wasn't really bad in the beginning.
Yeah.
The song wasn't really bad. Like the song was bad, but she destroyed Shy. She destroyed.
I got used to Fall from the Sky. Like I got used to that revamp, but then there's also Hersey had an interesting revamp, but that just made the song very chill out.
That's because you have a beautiful heart, and we both know that. You have a beautiful heart and accept this kind of stuff. But that song is awful. It's
which one, Hersey?
Fall from the Sky.
Oh, Fall from the Sky. Yeah.
I agree. Fall from the Sky is awful.
Okay, so what do you guys think about Albania's chances? I think that Bulgaria, I think we agree it's a very good song. It's going to qualify. We kind of talked about that before, so let's skip Bulgaria.
It's not weaker than Jonida. I love Jonida, but I didn't expect her to qualify, and I'm really, really happy she did, even if they gave her a raw deal by putting her second in the final. But I didn't expect her to qualify, and I'm so happy she did. And I don't. If Jonida could do it, then I can't see Angela not qualify. She has to qualify.
I see that. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's more accessible than Jonida, even though that was amazing too. I think this is more accessible. So I think it should be a solid qualifier. Like it might be like 8, 9, or 10, but I think it should be a qualifier.
Yeah, I think that. What do you guys think about Sacha Jean-Baptiste being involved with the performance?
She's hit or miss with me. I mean, I've loved some of her work in the past, but sometimes it's just like I don't know what the artistic direction was. And she's working with Angela this time. I feel like it can work, but then again, I'm not necessarily just trusting the stage designer, the stage organizer to be.
What did she do in the past? She did Eleni, right? And did she do Iveta?
Georgia, I think she destroyed Georgia 2017.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that was a bad performance visually.
I thought it was pretty bad. I thought Georgia 2017 was pretty bad, but she did do Fuego. So like
Armenia was amazing. Armenia.
Where the hell are you getting a lot of this like ideas from? Because you have your best work and you have your worst work all within your repertoire. So
did she do Zips too, or was it someone else? Oh, that was Hans Spannekoek,
no.
I think. Yeah, I think that was Spannekoek, the one who did Common Limits. I think that's the one who did Zips.
Zips was great.
That was a great performance. I was shocked they didn't qualify actually.
But like Shortcake, do you think that, for example, that the staging of Armenia and Australia in 2017, what do you think about? They are both Sacha Jean-Baptiste.
Armenia, I really liked Armenia. I know I'm in the minority when I say that. At least with the people I surround myself with, I really liked what she did with Armenia. Australia, I thought was hilariously bad. It was just not. It wasn't.
Which Armenian entry was it?
With the stage, he just didn't. And yeah, like I feel like I saw the pretty good scope of her capabilities and her styling just within 2017. Yeah.
That was bad.
Yeah.
But
which was the Armenian performance she did?
Australia and Armenia, Fly With Me.
Oh, Fly With Me. Okay, well.
She did a Love Wave too. I think Love Wave could have been better. Many people say it's amazing, perfect. But I think that the song could be more, elevated.
I actually totally forgot the performance of Fly With Me. I just remember her wearing the Melody Festival logo dress. That's all I remember. That was in a music video, right? Or did she wear it on stage?
I remember that. It was like the colors and the angles. It was all the same. Yeah.
Personally, I had the thing with Arts Vic, like watching that talent show. I was like, wow, she's a great singer, and I want her to win. And then Fly With Me came, and I was like, okay, really don't like this song, and I really wish she just had a better song. So
I like it a lot.
No matter what the performance, I just really didn't get that song personally. Although I think she's a great singer, I wanted to root for her.
Okay, so in this semi-final there is Latvia and Switzerland too in the second half. So what do you guys think? I know Jeffrey doesn't like Latvia, but I love it. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's very trashy. I think it's very aggressive. I think it's
that's the word.
Like it sounds like there are some bits that sounds like our Brazilian funk. So it kind of makes me enjoy it. I like the song. Switzerland's a very good song. The second half of the song, like the last minute, it feels like a different song.
Yeah, I wish it would have stayed a full-on ballad.
I
really wish that, and it really, I think it's a great song, but it really makes me miss last year, and it also kind of really makes me think that he could have won last year, and I think he can win this year, but he could have won last year. Last year was wow, and maybe it was too soon after Arcade, which won't be a problem this time. But wow, that song just wow, that was amazing. And this song is solid. It's good, but I have less of the wow factor that I did with Répondez-moi.
Okay.
But still, it's. I mean, if we look at the odds, you know, I still could see it definitely winning, and it would be a very deserved winner.
All right.
What do you think of Latvia and Switzerland, Shortcake?
Okay. So let's start with Latvia. Busy, aggressive, loud. I love it. It's kind of like the Australia of the semifinal, I feel like, where it's like I'm not listening to anybody but myself, and if I do well, it's by my own merit, my own sound. Well, I mean, like I like the sound that she's taken on since working with Aminata, because ever since then, it seems like she's like really picked up her energy and found herself as an artist, and I really like that. And for this song, it kind of makes her a certain qualifier, in my opinion. I feel like she can do it because, again, one of the first impression songs, the first 5 seconds, dramatic. It's there. People will remember that just based off of that. And I think it could do very well in that sense, but you do have to like it in order to stay listening to it. Yeah, like I don't like Switzerland. Okay, moving on to Switzerland. Neither do I, Robson. but here's the thing. Okay,
You're going to cancel my YouTube channel.
Okay, but listen.
Sorry.
So
Just kidding.
this year, I think not bad. I think this year the song is accessible. It's nice to listen to. It has the potential for like a great staging moment. I think it can win. I like it a million times better than last year, and I only think this song is okay. I hated last year's song.
Oh,
I'm not sure why I hated last year's song. It just didn't ring with me. The lyrics are beautiful. The arrangement was nice. I like his voice. Nothing worked. I don't know why. It just didn't. And this year, I kind of feel the same way. And I think, Sanu, you mentioned earlier about how this could be kind of like a piggyback off of Arcade. I would argue that last year was way more of a piggyback of Arcade than this year.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Even though now he uses the same producer.
Yeah. And last
yeah.
year was definitely more of like an Arcade 2.0 than Univers. Univers is way different than that, but I also feel like it is piggybacking off of Arcade. I don't know how to describe that feeling other than it has like that same producer, therefore the same sound, and I just don't know. I didn't like Arcade. I really didn't like last year's song, and this year's song I think is all right, but I need there to be, because we've seen the same piece, this same puzzle piece in the last 3 years at least. I feel like that's at least just my opinion with it. I think it'll still do really well, and I think the performance is going to be excellent, and I think it's going to qualify, but I have just never been able to get behind it.
I think it needed a more organic orchestration. Like with violence, in the end, we would have like this wow moment that they were going for this wow moment. But I think that with those beats, it sound like very arcade-ish.
Although the question is, maybe he doesn't have the wow moment enough, but does someone else have the wow moment enough? And I know you're going to say France, and I actually agree that is a wow moment. But it's the general public going to go for it, and I wouldn't be surprised if France wins, not at all. And I would actually be happy with it too. I think it's definitely between those two, and then Malta. Well, I can't see it winning. I don't know why it's so high with the bookmakers, but
we never know.
Yeah.
So Kira is saying that he appreciates Switzerland, but neither of Jon's entries have clicked with him.
I kind of agree there. I mean, I acknowledge he's a great artist. I think he's a brilliant musician. I don't get it. I just don't see it for myself, and I don't think of it as a good song personally.
Have you heard of Aliosi?
I don't believe so. How do you spell that?
Aliose. They are a duo from Switzerland. They tried to go to Eurovision in 2011, but they did not make it to the route.
Okay.
But anyway, they composed last year's song.
Oh, all right.
And yeah, they composed along with a guy from Belgium. I don't remember, but he composed some song for Eurovision, but I don't remember. This year, one of them, it's a couple. One of them, the guy, he is also in one of the composers of Bjorn's song, but he did not promote the song. He's not sharing the song on Instagram as he shared this last year's song. So it doesn't feel he's proud of it.
Okay, I see.
No? So it's just, I think that the song this year went through a different direction.
Yeah, or maybe he had another song in the ring that he would have preferred.
Could be.
That could be.
I feel like that's a pretty good possibility too.
Yeah. Yeah, like you mentioned earlier with it's not the artist's decision, it's the team's decision. And it could have been that he got the short end of the stick, based on what he wanted to be the entry.
Yeah,
so they probably considered more than one song, and then he probably got the short end of the stick there.
Be happy to see France winning. So let's go through the first half very fast.
I just want to add one more thing on Latvia. I loved her song "I Need a Hero" back in 2013. That didn't win. It was still Zista back then.
I like her 2016 national final song "Live for Love." Oh my god,
so that one was interesting as well. But for me, like "I Need a Hero" was definitely like her. That was her tears getting sober for me personally.
Okay, now I
love that.
I'm writing that down.
Yeah, it was a ballad in English, and I Need a Hero.
I want a ballad from her.
Yeah, exactly, and that was she was giving a really beautiful ballad in 2013, and I mean it was definitely better than Here We Go, and I wish that had been her year, or that she'd had done a ballad now. And I haven't connected with her songs as much as I have with that one, but I do love her as a singer, and that's the frustrating part where I want to be like, damn, I love your song, but not happening. With the moon. Is it Blood Moon is Rising or just Moon is Rising?
The Moon is Rising.
Moon is Rising. Yeah. But it's about a blood moon, right? Or
it's about the blood moon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And on one hand, I can appreciate that she's going in her direction, and I think she stuck to the lane she was in. And I wouldn't say it's a downgrade. I wouldn't say it's in the same lane. And for me personally, like if we're going to another entry, then for me, Serbia is in the same lane, but downgrading for me personally. I definitely think Hasta La Vista is a lot better than Loco Loco. But I guess not everybody agrees with that. But I feel like Samantha is not necessarily downgrading. I feel like she's on a similar level.
I think it's an upgrade.
Me too.
Now let's go. So we have Austria, we have Czech Republic, we have Estonia, we have Greece, and we have Iceland. Austria, I like it. Sorry if you don't. It's not going to win. It might not qualify, but it's a very cheesy song. It's a very low quality song, ballad. It's the kind of song that I like. I think there's a song, it's in the same category of Portugal 2010. I know it's not good, but I like it. What about Czech Republic? I think it's not as good as last year. Many people say it's more accessible. Maybe it's more accessible.
It's not great, personally.
I'm not sure if Czech Republic is going to qualify. Estonia, I don't like it. Greece.
Greece is an upgrade for me, definitely. Like Supergirl was among my last places. It's just I really don't like that beat she's using, and just the theme is it feels really junior Eurovision, and just this song's more mature. It's not the most memorable song, but it's more mature, and you made the comparison to Rayleigh earlier, and I would say Rayleigh definitely had the better song, for sure. Compared to Last Dance, she definitely had the better song. But for me, this is quite all right. This is quite all right. While last year I was like, no, but this is quite all right. It's not super memorable, but it's quite all right.
Well, Greece, I don't like it, but I think it's going to qualify. I just don't like it. It feels very childish to me. It sounds like an anime soundtrack, to be honest.
It
If
does.
you
It
change
definitely
if
does. Yeah.
you change the lyrics, it can easily be used for the next season of Dragon Ball Z. And last but not, last but not least, Iceland. I think it's in the same level last year, and I think they are going to get some momentum, and I think it can get be a favorite in the future. Shortcake, Bobby
Mhm.
Songs.
All right. So at the top of the list here, I have so the Czech Republic was my first place last year. That song that left
Great taste.
biggest first impression on me. I was like, wow, this is an artist I want to stick with. I listened to this. I listened to his other music. I don't like any of it. And I listened to this song. This was one of my greatest disappointments this year because
Oh,
yeah, so my top three last year were Benny Cristo, Eden, and Jonggu. All three of them disappointed me in my first impression. Just disappointed me, and especially like without a doubt from the Czech Republic, I felt like he is abandoning the Afro pop sound and going for a more Swedish, Norwegian, retro type of like pop sound in that direction. And that is one of like the most catastrophic things, in my opinion, to do because there was a lot of promise with Kimama. I legitimately think that that song could have been in it for the win. Listening back to it now, I legitimately think it could have done that well. This year, it's a lot less competitive. It's a lot less fascinating, a lot less original. I was disappointed, but I think it can qualify. Greet something future of.
well, I wasn't a big fan of Kimama, but well, if you look at France 2010, that wasn't it didn't do that well in the contest, but it became a big fan favorite. I mean, if that could become a big fan favorite, then
Yeah.
Kimama could have done considerably all right,
Mhm.
considerably well. It's always you never know because there's also the big fan favorite like Horeroni and like that didn't do well either in the contest, but. I mean, I could see it getting a bit of a life, and I could see it being like a song that has success on TikTok, and I'm too old to be on TikTok, so I don't know how you have success on TikTok, but like I guess people could be
Which song?
dancing to it.
Oh my God.
No, the K Mama.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Mama.
definitely, definitely.
For me, I like Oh My God more, but
Mhm.
it's not very high in my list. But then it was one of the first few releases, and I was expecting a lot of better songs. And to be frank, that didn't really happen. So
Mhm.
I have to reconsider my opinion and maybe have Oh My God a bit higher on my list. I don't know where it is now, but it might actually be in my top 25, maybe. But
Mhm.
that's it's not really my type of song either. But
Yeah, it's not my kind of music. I'm more likely to listen to like Afro pop than I am to listen to this what he's doing right now. I don't dislike it, but I don't like it didn't ask me to fall in love with it. Like
it's more Americanized indeed. Like like you said, it's more Scandinavian. But I could also see this being very like American-esque and
oh, definitely. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I could see Kalai Saunders from Hungary sing
Oh
rapping
yes, for sure.
because he has done some more alternative stuff.
Yeah, he
Like
does like
running like
candy pop sounding records every once in a while. Yeah.
exactly. So I kind of get like a more Kalai Saunders vibes with this, like more Americanized.
And Estonia, guys, Estonia.
It's better than last year, in my
He'll
opinion.
need a crystal ball. He will need a crystal ball.
He would absolutely. I really didn't like last year, and this year it's better, but that's not saying a lot. And like, why do they still use that Dream Team name? Because personally, I really like very little of their output. If there's any Dream Team, it's Symphonics to me. Like they're the real
Yes,
Dream Team.
yes,
They have
yes, God,
great
yeah.
songs, and then the
Spill the
Dream Team
tea,
is really
burn
not
us
that
with your
strong.
tea. Oh
And I
my
know
God, yes.
I know a lot of people like Moldova, which I don't like personally. So I'm gonna say that I think Greece has the better deal of the Dream Team songs, but I really didn't like any of their songs last year, and this year it's somewhat better.
I think that the Dream Team only works when Kirkorov is involved, like
Yeah.
directly involved.
I do agree.
With like Moldova 2018, then it worked because Kirkorov was there.
Didn't like that one either. Sorry, I like the IKEA closet stage.
Yeah,
song.
but like girl, the thing is, it worked. Like it's not like it was not the
It got
best song,
success
but,
somehow. Yeah.
but it worked. The
Mhm,
thing is, like they found their audience and like it was top 10. That's
true.
how I feel.
True.
Because sometimes I might not like the song, but I admire the quality. I admire the professionalism. And I think only when Kirkorov is there with his support, then we can. Do you say do you use this in Netherlands like
I don't
for
know.
money?
It doesn't ring a bell.
We say that here in Brazil when you do
Like
this.
capiche or like,
Like,
is it like
no,
capiche
it's like
or-
money. No, this is money.
Oh, like
Yeah.
ching ching.
Mhm.
He has money, like he has money. So
Yeah.
when Kirkorov is there with his support,
Yeah.
then we can see some good results. But I
But
don't
it's,
see.
but it's not only with Kirkorov. I think Moldova in general, like they may be the poorest country in Europe, or especially in in Eurovision. But Moldova and visuals, like I know a lot of people will be like, okay, well, last year, meaning 2019, they may have had the same concept as Ukraine 2011, but for me, it worked visually, and then. That's just not the only time when Moldova had great staging. I mean, like you just said with 2018, but Aliona's dress. I mean, I didn't like the.
That was great.
I didn't like the So Lucky song, but their hats were really pretty. And Pasha and his dancers had great outfits. Like Moldova is like the queen of stagings. Like they have beautiful stagings, and yeah, like they just have beautiful stagings.
Yeah, that's true. They don't mess up on stage.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say this is probably the first song that they've sent in a really long time that would be considered radio friendly-ish, though, because of the impact Maruv had just on that whole industry over there. You could see that very clearly in this song. I felt Drunk Groove, I felt Dark Water, like that. This feels like it could have been like a Maruv song if you took away the pieces of it, but because it's Moldova, because it's Kirkorov, and they're stage show.
But like just the chorus, to me, I didn't spend a lot of time listening to Siren's song, but to me, like the chorus just feels like literally the same as Siren's song, like it's the literal same break, and there we go again with being calculated. And I personally just don't think she's that strong of a singer, and I'm
That's like that high note at the end. Are you gonna dodge that? You're gonna dodge that 20-second high note, that Lindina note. I've been asking that the whole time.
So I think that
does she have a note like that, or maybe then I didn't listen.
It's a long note at the very end. I don't know if someone else is going to take it, but it promises a long note. So
remember when Irolosko had a long note in 2016?
Yeah.
But that was Molly Hamar doing. That was Molly Hamar from Melodifestivalen doing that. Yeah, she sang that note.
Is just spilling the hot tea all over the place here.
But Ira isn't even like pretending to sing it though. Like, but you can really hear that's Molly singing that note. Yeah.
Guys, let's move. We have Iceland. Please talk about Iceland. I think guys have talked about Greece before, right?
I like Greece. I mean, there isn't a ton I can say about it. I do agree with you guys in that, like, it's predictable, feels dream teamy, it's simple, dancey, junior Eurovision feeling. I get it, but
this year I'd say it's a lot more mature than last year.
Yeah, way more mature than last year. But I do get a junior Eurovision like vibes.
Yeah, I get that.
This song.
I get that.
I understand
isn't
that
seasoned yet. Like that's kind of what's missing. Like if it had been performed by someone who's a bit more seasoned, then I think it would come across quite well. But that doesn't mean I do feel like she sings this quite well, especially compared to last year. But maybe it just needs a bit more stank.
Yeah. Okay.
It's nice, it's well sung, but it doesn't make you go wow. It doesn't make you go like wow. I'm super impressed. Like it's solid, but yeah,
Yeah, I see that.
it's solid and it's fine, but it's not gonna be extraordinary.
Mhm. I think it's not going to qualify.
I would
Wow.
not be surprised
I just
actually.
said that. I just said that. And
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
I would not be surprised if it doesn't. I wouldn't be surprised either way. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised
and you
if
know,
it does and
and you
if it
know
does.
what? You know what?
Mhm.
I said what I said. I said what I said. In the end of the day,
Yeah.
I said what I said.
All right,
So basically,
Tamisha.
I mean,
yeah,
that's fair. I think you're completely wrong, but well, I mean, only that night will tell.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't feel that this song is going to qualify because of the semifinal itself. I think it would have a better chance in semifinal one. I think that Moldova is going to have a better staging than her. I think
expect
Serbia
that too, yeah.
is going to be more interesting than her. I think the judges are going to be all over Czech Republic because it's the kind of pop song that they support. And I think they are going to forget Greece. And Greece does not have some of the key countries that they tend to vote for them. Like they do not have Belgium, they do not
They
have
not have Cyprus.
Cyprus.
they do not have Cyprus. They
Maybe
only have,
maybe Cyprus would have given them points if they were in the same semi. Maybe
Maybe.
but
maybe
the thing
maybe
is
one
that
or 2 points. Maybe.
they will have Bulgaria and Albania, but I can see like Albania. Okay, no, let's give some 12 points to Greece. I think that Albania might even support Serbia a bit more. That's how I feel. Shortcake, disagree with me.
Okay, so all right, you have made some good points, and I'm actually going to add on to what you were saying with that. One of the detriments of Stefania's song this year is the fact that this is another song that goes retro. There are too many songs this year that use retro as a scapegoat in order to avoid doing something original with their own creative artwork. And I feel like that is especially the case with Greece. I enjoy the song. I love the song. It's never a skip for me. But the whole retro thing, it is exhausted. As of this year, I don't want to see more than because we have like more than 5 retro vibe kind of songs this year. That's enough. That's more than enough. And just because I think this is in the better section of the retro songs doesn't necessarily mean artistically it was wise.
I agree with you.
That's one of my biggest criticisms of it, although I do love it. And I could see how that plus what you were talking about could ultimately detract the qualification. But I do feel like there are weaker songs in the semifinal that would boost the weakness of Greece above their own weaknesses. And I got to turn a light on or something. It's getting dark in here.
Yeah, it's definitely very, very dark.
Anyways, does that make sense though?
I agree with you. I think you're right. But like, why? I don't think people are going to vote for her. Like,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
think
I wouldn't be surprised indeed, but I wouldn't be surprised either way. Like I wouldn't be surprised if she qualifies. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't qualify. Actually, like, I could see this being very borderline. I could see this being anywhere between 13 and 9.
13 and 9 in the semifinal or in the final?
Yeah, the semifinal.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so I guess.
What about Iceland, guys? What do you think about Iceland?
Yeah, I don't get why it dropped that much with the bookmakers because it's quite popular here in well, not here in the Netherlands, but in Belgium it's getting some airplay and stuff, and it's like song of the day at like some festival event. Like it's still getting the same hype, and I feel like where Victoria isn't making as much of a strong impression as she did last year, I feel like they're still making a very strong impression to the people who hear them for the first time. The people who see them for the first time are still going to be like, "Wow, this is a weird kind of wonderful."
I do agree.
It's still a quite solid song. So I'm not counting them out for the victory or for the top 5. I'm thinking they're still gonna do really well, and I think the bookmakers might be underestimating them at the moment because at the moment they're at.
I agree.
They are at. Wow, they're really sunk. They're at 8. I think that's
Yeah.
low. I think
They're-
that's too low.
I would assume they're not going to score anywhere below 12th place at the bottom. Like I have a feeling it's going to be able to appeal, especially like this is going to be great for like young families,
Yeah.
people who is like young kids or like young adult people who are like watching it just to like watch it because it's fun. It's like, oh my God, Iceland. Like they were the ones like with like the funny suits, like the good song.
Exactly.
It's going to appeal to families, and I just like it. Once again, I'm super critical of the fact that it's retro, but that's his style. That's more arguably his style than Stefania, for example,
Yeah.
or Rafał, who are just using the retro thing because there is nothing else.
Yeah.
I feel like
yeah.
Dali is carrying it very well, and he will qualify and then do well in the final.
Yeah, because it has the unique combination of where it's artistically it's justifiable, like it's it's serious music, but it does have that silly undertone and it does have that gimmick going for it, and that's a unique combination. And it has worked before, I think, because I don't think a total gimmick with a weak song has ever won. Although I'm not a big fan of 2006, but I wouldn't say that's a weak song necessarily, but it definitely like really heavily relied on the gimmick.
Yeah, man.
And I do think like this is something that's, you know, artistically, like it may have the goofiness, it may have the gimmick, but it's still a very solid song. And it's
I interviewed a guy, and he's a musician and he's also a filmmaker. Because I told you that my PhD is in literature, but I work basically with films, Irish films, Irish horror films. And there is this guy. Yeah,
that's the story of your life.
Yeah, horror films all the time.
Yeah, but Irish horror films, right? Or did I hear wrong?
Irish horror films all the time. All the time. People getting killed and stuff like that. So I interviewed this guy, and he said, "Oh, Sanyo, I just followed you on Twitter, and I just found out you are a big Eurovision fan." And I said, "Yes." No, there is a song in Eurovision this year that I really like, and it's Iceland. And I said, "Really?" It was last year. And he told me, "Oh, it's Iceland," and they have this goofiness that we recognize from the Irish people. And he recommended me a film called Woman at War. It's a film from Iceland, and it also has this goofiness that like Irish people, Icelandic people are known for. Like, for example, every song from Ireland, I think that the Irish songs, they must tell a story. The lyrics must tell a story. I think together to the story, their voice tells a story. I think these songs from Ireland, they must, because it's connected to the Irishness. And probably when it comes to Iceland, it must have this goofy element. And I think this song has it. I think this song is going to be much better than the Defense Experience.
I think so too. Yeah.
I see it. I mean, like I wasn't super convinced of it at first, but like the more I think about it, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the fans are just such a small part of who's eventually going to vote, and I think this, you know, if you look at a first impression, you know, like it has to be something that's undeniable, and I would say Iceland is pretty undeniable.
I agree,
and I like it. I do like it. I can't really compare this one and last year's song. I think they're in a very similar lane, but I wouldn't say one is necessarily better or worse. I feel like most fans were disappointed comparing it to last year, but I actually think I might like this more. I feel like last year, I wouldn't say it's more made for Eurovision, but I do think this one is more like I could hear this one on the radio sooner than I could hear Think About Things on the radio, and Think About Things has been on the radio. So how is this not going to be on the radio, basically?
I think both are lame. I don't like their songs, but I think it's going to do well. That's it. I can see why people like it. That's it. I don't like the song, but like I was playing 10 years here, and my
Mhm.
husband was like laying on the floor on the sofa, and he said, "Can you just skip that song? You don't like it. I don't like it." But I said, "I
Yeah.
want to give it a chance." I said, "No, just skip it." But yeah, I can see, guys, why it's a good song, and I respect it. Like it's not, and I respect. It's not trash. It's not trash. It's a good song. It's a good composition. They are doing a good job, and like even if I don't not like the song, I had to recognize the work they put behind it. Like
Mhm.
it's not like some song like we are going to talk about that later. But let's see there's some comments here. Umut said, "Please listen to Fota." I
And
did
Pame
not,
Pame.
yeah, but Pame Pame, I know the song. Pame Pame, I know the song. Uh,
I think I listened to her like way back. I need to see again though.
It
it's
rings
an
a
English.
bell.
It's a good song. Moldova is gonna bang. I believe Stephanie isn't happy with the song either. Remember when Stephanie said one of her chosen 5 songs was named
Oh, that's very
Trend?
possible.
Well,
What?
I think well, Stefania, some songs just aren't meant for you.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see her delivering that kind of
Oh
sass.
no,
And
no, no.
yeah,
You need years and years of experience
yeah,
in the industry
true.
to perform a song like that.
Yeah, she's still, not that there's anything wrong with it, but she's still too much of a, good girl, just
I think she's
young.
still finding her
Yeah,
style. She's still
yeah, I
finding
think
her
so too.
grit.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I think so too. And I
Mhm.
think I'm ready, to be surprised by her vocal performance because I haven't heard her sing live, not with last year's song nor with this one. So I'm ready to be surprised in
It's at
May. I
least
hope
three
she's
times
gonna really
harder
like.
than Supergirl vocally, from what it seems
Yeah,
like. It seems at least 3 times harder.
yeah, that I definitely believe. That I definitely believe.
Mhm.
But I'm ready to be surprised. I think
Mhm.
I'm gonna be positive, and yeah,
And I
it's
think
still
it's
definitely an upgrade for sure from last year for me. A
it's not
major
going to
one.
qualify.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I'm not really invested. Like, oh, I needed to qualify or I needed to not qualify. It's just like very middle ground for me. Like,
You basically don't care about the song. That's it.
yeah, kinda. Well, no, a little. I care a little bit, but I care a little bit in this case.
You're
Like,
trying to be nice because you have a beautiful heart. That's it.
no, but I definitely think this is a lot better than last year, and I think this is quite fine. Although it's not like, oh, I want to listen to this all the time. Like it lacks that unique flavor, but
Mm.
it's by no means bad. And I think it's I'm really glad that it's a lot better than last year. Also,
Now let's talk about Poland, San Marino, and Serbia. Serbia is great for me. It's one of the best pop songs of the year. That's it. Poland is
when I first listened to Poland, like I clicked the video and it was already like, okay, it already has like almost more dislikes than likes. So as soon as you start listening, you're already like expecting it to be really bad based on the dislikes. And I was like, okay, it's not bad, but I don't know how to rank it either. Like it's there, and
I
I wasn't like, it wasn't unpleasant. I wouldn't say it's like pleasant, but it wasn't unpleasant,
I think
and
it's
that's still my
absolutely
opinion.
I think it's one of the worst songs of the edition. I think it's abysmal. I think that it's just unacceptable that a song like that was selected internally. Who are these people? Who told them it was a good idea? Nothing there works for me. It's a bad song. And you can even say, oh no, but you have to say it depends on your taste. No, love. I
Mhm.
might even like it, but it's a bad song. It's trash. It's memorable, that's for sure, but not for good reasons. It's
I don't
one of
think it's
the worst.
memorable either. Like
I don't think it's
forgot
memorable.
it. Yeah, I totally forgot it. Like it's. I
Okay.
think
Yeah,
I think a lot of the comments were like, it sounds like, I don't know what it's. I think like, it sounded like Blinding Lights, or I don't know, like
Yes, but
Weekend,
not
or
even fully
yeah.
all the way. They use the
Okay, okay,
same
okay.
like synth button. If
Oh
it
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's just like the main comments were like just negative, and it being a lot like that one, and I wouldn't know because I wouldn't know the originals. I wouldn't know what to compare to
Mhm.
per se, but
Here in the Bay Area, like the San Francisco area, there would be something that we call Rafał and those 3 minutes, and it would be called awkward white guy.
Okay.
because it's staleness. He's just standing there, and it's so
Yeah.
stale, and he's not delivering anything. He doesn't feel like he wants to be there or knows the song. Is he going to show up knowing the lyrics? Like I'm getting a lot of questions just from those 3 minutes. And the first thing that is glaring at me right in the face is like, awkward white guy. This is an awkward. This is an awkward performance.
When I lived in USA, some people said that, oh, that's an awkward white guy. But yeah, I can see what it means.
And I mean, like, that it's nothing due to the fact that he's just performing it so awkwardly, and it feels so out of place with everything. It's out of place with Poland's lineup from their talent. It's just nothing about it made sense.
It's
I get that. I get that.
That big, because country is a big country. For Europe, for European standards, it's a big country. They are not super rich, but they have the money. Like, it's unacceptable. That's what I always say. If you are going to choose a song internally, the song must be groundbreaking. Because you're not giving the opportunity for many other artists to share their song. And also, that's something that I always say about Portugal. Festival da Canção is a good opportunity to artists to practice. That's why Sweden is so good nowadays. Because Melody Festival in 2002, it was awful. Melody Festival in 2003, it was a disaster. But then they started to, because they had like 32 songs. Back then it was more than 28 songs. 32 songs. So the artists, they were having the opportunity to practice. So it was pedagogical. And that's why some national selections are important, because the singers, the performers, the composers, they are going to have an opportunity to showcase their ability and practice. Because you cannot come up with a winning song out of the blue. That's the thing. And they are not giving the country the opportunity to practice. They are not giving the composers the opportunity to showcase their ability. They're just handpicking a terrible song from a team that's not polished. Okay, from Sweden. They're giving to this random guy.
Just the thing.
Let's go.
Light me up now, baby.
Oh damn, that was.
It's the same thing. It's like there's junior Eurovision phone numbers. Like, can you please get in contact with that team? Talk to them. Say 3 words.
Just a side note, aside from the song, and also coming back to Junior Eurovision, I was really annoyed when Alicia gave like an incredible performance, and they weren't like, oh, also we're announcing that she's going to represent Poland next year, because damn, that was an amazing performance she gave at Junior Eurovision, and they should have at that very moment said, you're going to go again next year, and we're going to announce it to the world right now. And I have to say, Empires was to me definitely like the best thing Poland has or would have sent in many years. She was really impressive. The song was gorgeous. It was very Bondish, so it wouldn't be like the most original song, because we've had Bondish songs before, like Rise Like a Phoenix, of course, and more. But I feel like that was definitely the best effort Poland has made in a long time, and that's coming from someone who doesn't really like 2014, so yeah, that was a hit, but that was not my thing. But I'm annoyed she didn't get the chance to go.
So much.
I think Alicia, she was basically robbed by the
absolutely
PvP. But the thing is, I think Empire. Have you noticed that the lyrics doesn't rhyme?
What part?
It doesn't rhyme.
I think. I haven't really noticed it.
The whole song, it doesn't rhyme.
I mean, I guess it.
Empire does rhyme with fire. We're burning an empire, happens so easy, playing with fire.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Maybe it's you and me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a super confident rhyme. It's more of like a slant, or kind of like it felt. I don't really even know how to like say that.
But it didn't seem like very noticeable, because it just had powerful vocals.
You guys are trying to find excuses. The song doesn't rhyme. It doesn't rhyme.
But does a song need to
It was
rhyme?
translated in Google Translator. That's it.
Like Nocturne 95 didn't rhyme a damn thing.
That's true, and that one.
Well, it didn't need that. It didn't need it.
It did not. That's true.
Yeah, but not every song needs to rhyme necessarily, in my opinion. I mean,
But no, honey, no.
I loved Empire. It was definitely like in my top 10, maybe top 5 area.
It was in my
She has a
post-season top
wonderful
20.
Cool.
She has a wonderful voice. I like this song,
Mhm.
but it feels very. Don't get me wrong. It
Mhm.
feels very artificial. It feels like somebody said, "Okay, let's come up with some English lyrics for this song, which is originally in Polish."
Well,
Okay.
I'll say it does have like Let's Do Skyfall. It does have a bit of like Let's Do Skyfall, but I still think she pulled it off really well.
She did.
Like-
No,
She
the
did.
performance
Like
was
in Dutch we say beter goed gejat dan slecht verzonnen. It's better to steal something and do it right. Better to like steal something with quality than make up something shitty. Basically,
I mean, yeah.
yeah.
What do you guys
Exactly.
think about Serbia and San Marino?
I'm missing this. I feel like Hasta La Vista had more like structure. I feel like it had
So
more of a clear direction. Like it had like structured. Like it had like it was a really catchy song. Like it just had several like hooks and parts you could recognize. And I'm lacking that with that lacks with Loco Loco for me. Like it
Okay.
just has
No, I do
some
see where you're coming from there. Yeah,
Mhm.
like because they didn't because all the characteristic sounds that they had in Hasta La Vista, they did not carry over into Loco Loco. Like, yeah, in that sense, I do agree with you. I do like Loco Loco more though, and this is the analogy I'm going to draw. If Hasta La Vista was the manga, then Loco Loco is the anime. Like this was, it's kind of like it took the
I
text
got
and
you.
made
I
it into
got
a visual. It took the thing that it was like, oh yes, I'll access it when I open it and read it, versus I see that on a screen, it's forcing itself down my throat. Yeah, this was kind of like I think this is their peak song of at least their Eurovision running. Sonia, I always want her to send a ballad. I mean, ever since 2016, I've always been
Oh, I love
ballad,
that song.
but
Love that song.
I'm not disappointed with this. I think it's
I get that.
better. I think it has a very Asian flavor. And I say that as an Asian. I say that as someone who like grew up with like Asian people all around me. It has a very it's kind of like Technicolor. It has an anime kind of feeling,
Mhm.
very Japan, Korea kind of centric sound. Don't dislike it.
Yeah,
I think it's working
I get where you're coming from. Yeah,
I think it's gonna help them.
I can
ultimately.
see it from that perspective. Yeah, I can see it from that perspective.
Okay, so there's
Justice for release, Alicia. I agree.
Rafa looks like
Something you drink at the bar. If he gets in the bar, if he gets in.
Oh, that makes me think of someone else. A friend of mine said we were
is
watching
it a
some
friend of a friend
Remo.
of a friend?
Yeah,
Is it a
we were
friend of a
watching some Remo while she was in Denmark and I was here, and she said like Noemi is the kind of woman that would take your man. That made me think of this. Like
Who?
Noemi
one?
is the kind of chick that would take your man. That's what
Noemi
my
from
friend said about Noemi from Sanremo.
I can see that. I can see that.
That comment just totally made me think of that with Rafael.
I can
Like,
see
Honestly, yeah.
She
she's
looks like
a
she looks like the
red-haired
mistress. Yeah, she
I
looks
love
like
her.
the mistress type. Yeah,
Don't you think so? I think she's just too cool, you know.
yeah, exactly.
Serbia is top 5. I guys, I prefer Loco Loco. I totally agree
do
with Shortcake. I think that if Hasta La Vista was the manga,
Loco
Loco
Loco is the
Loco
anime.
Yeah, it took me a while to get because manga is like the manga is written
yeah,
from
it's
an
the
anime is like watching it on TV, right? Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, I was a little confused, but I know I get it now.
So, what about San Marino, guys?
Yeah, I mean, wow.
If there's anyone in the world to tell us that age is just a number, honey.
Yes.
Woo! Like,
Amen.
she's like 20 years younger than I am.
You mean older or
I mean, not by that song quality. She like
No,
she's,
okay,
she's
okay.
giving us a song and a performance that I know I will never be able to achieve in my lifetime, despite not being a musician. And it's just I don't know. It's the fact that you could tell she loves this. She loves doing this
Yeah,
song. She's ready to fight. She's ready to
she
go.
is. She is.
And I love that for her. She's definitely qualifying.
Amen. Yeah. I don't think she necessarily needed Flo Rida, but wow, that was a really cool
Florida, yeah,
random surprise. I wouldn't even say I like Flo Rida necessarily, but I like his being here. I guess I do. It makes it feel like so throwbacky. Like it feels like it should be a song from, when Flo Rida was hot. It's probably like 10 years ago because he isn't that hot anymore. But
yeah,
still, it feels like it's a song from 10 years ago, and then it still feels really current as well. Like how is that possible? Yeah.
Let me ask you something, guys. Do you take this song seriously?
Yes,
I do. I really legitimately do.
But like yeah. I mean, it's like I mean, who would make this up? Like, and a lot of thought went into this. Like, there must have been a lot of meetings and a lot of work behind this. And wow.
And if there's one thing that San Marino has that maybe only 3 other songs have, it's a strong, like, I feel like the bass beats in it are so good. I need a good bass song in order to be like, hey, and like this is just one of them that does it for me, where it's just like, as soon as you hear that drop, you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna get slutty. And that's just from the energy that she gives with it. And that bass, like that bass is so strong, it's gonna be inviting a lot of people up to dance. It's gonna be fun. I have no doubts that she's gonna do well.
This is like definitely the best up tempo in my opinion. Like Malta doesn't have shit on this. Like neither does Serbia. No one has anything on this. Like this is the fun song. This is the one. I mean, even if there was any hype for El Diablo, this is just so much more fun. Like this is fun, and this is fun, like fun MC Square, like
for a bigger crowd than El Diablo, definitely.
Yeah, it's just so much fun. Like it's stupid fun, and still it's not unsophisticated. Like it still has. Yeah, I don't know if
I still feel like it's Sen hit in a way, even though it's a song that like she bought, even though it's a song that like it was a like coagulation of producers.
She still adds her own flavor to it.
Selling it.
Yeah.
Guys, I think it's nice. I think it's
a moment. I think this is like if you ask someone where were you with 9/11, this is like where were you when Sunit's song dropped? Like, I mean, in a positive way. Like okay, to make it less dramatic, like, where were you when the first guy landed on the moon? Well, we weren't born, but like this is like, oh, we all remember what we were when we first heard Sunit's song.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, this was legendary.
Guys, please, everybody that's listening to this video, please, or watching this video, please subscribe. Please subscribe. Press the button, subscribe, please.
Yeah, press that.
So, Moon is confident. The bitch is going to
turn on the notifications so you'll be notified every time we post a new video.
So there's some comments here. I sure do. If I'm being honest, adrenaline does nothing to me.
I heard people say that too, though.
I actually really liked Freaky too. I know many people
Freaky was good. I like Freaky.
I love Freaky. Like, and I don't know. Like, I find it hard to compare these two, and I feel like Sunit and I know you mentioned you didn't like Jungkook this year, but actually Jungkook is my number 1 this year. I love it.
I was waiting to get back to that because my first impression of it was not good, but my opinion has since changed.
Oh, luckily. Okay. Yeah. I was like, yeah, exactly. Well, I was watching the performance on TV, and it's Dutch TV, so it's just regular cable TV, and I was like, okay, I'm ready for this, and then it started, and I was like, okay, now I'm like really gonna get up, and the first time listening to the song, I was sort of like, okay, the lyrics are on screen, I'm gonna sing along, and I didn't get the broccoli part because I could read the lyrics. Yeah, I mean, it said broccoli, so I didn't even think of broccoli.
Didn't even cross my mind.
No, it really didn't. And I was like, okay, like it just started, but I already want to sing along, and that's just. And I'm much more of a ballad person, but this just definitely just overrides all the ballads for me this year. It's just I was just really impressed with it, and I loved Grow too. And I don't think the two can compare. And Grow might not have been my number one last year, but I guess that's because last year was stronger to me. And
Mhm.
yeah, this song I just wanted to keep listening to it, and it's just such a feel good song and just such an empowering song. Like wow.
It is.
But back to Sunit, I feel like they're the two artists who had like they showed something that I really loved last year, and then this year they just evolved and they're
Like,
showing
even
something
up their game.
totally different. Mhm.
No, I do not disagree with that. I mean, although I did like Grow way more than I like this song, that's still the case.
Mhm.
It was the fact that he showed up and it was something completely different, one that was more representative of kind of his journey so far. And I thought that was gorgeous. But like one very big criticism that I have of the song is that the verses, the melody is too strong. Like sorry, that was super off key, but like he's
Doesn't
singing
matter.
he's singing the verses to a melody that's so like complex, and I feel like it's not doing the actual lyrics justice, and it's taking it away from the chorus. But that's just how I feel about it. Ultimately, I feel like I love this entry for the Netherlands. I think it is one of the greatest things that you guys could put in your lineup after Arcade and Grow. This like just lines it up perfectly. So I'm really happy that this is your guys' song.
Yeah, me too. And I'll tell you, when you speak of those three songs, I absolutely hated the one we had before that. I hated that Outlaw song. Like I'm not nationalistic at all putting the Netherlands on my first play this time, but like Outlaw wasn't even in my top 40 that year. So I can definitely be critical.
It was my first place for a couple months.
Really?
I love
a couple months. It was.
Okay. So I can definitely be critical of my country, but this time I'm eating it up. This time, wow.
There is a video of me because when I went to Lisbon to watch Eurovision, I was on the arena, and like I said, okay, it has to first Serbia. I wanted Serbia to qualify because I knew it would be hard for them. So I was, please, Serbia. It was the first one. Then when it comes to the last song, I said it has to be the Netherlands. It has to be. And I
was already relieved it didn't qualify at that point, but
I love the staging. I love the song. I think it was very good. I got everything. I understand why people don't like it, but for me, I just bought everything. So, guys, let's move to your 10. Let's do very fast so we can have time because it's almost 4 hours of live.
Yeah, damn, they flew by, but damn, my ass is wooden now.
Honestly, I have about like 10. Like, if you wanted to extend it to 10 hours, like you would keep me busy.
Guys, but I need your 10 qualifiers.
Okay.
Let's start with Jeffrey.
I'm so bad at that. Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna say Albania is gonna qualify because it is. I'm gonna say San Marino is gonna qualify because it is. Meanwhile, what I just said about Canggu and Sunit having the biggest glow up, but also like I would add Moldova having the biggest.
Yes.
Like they're the top three of the most changed, most evolved. But then with Moldova, I just don't like either of their entries. So yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay, Iceland is of course going to qualify, so that's 3 from me. Serbia is going to qualify. That's 4.
Almost.
Bulgaria is going to qualify. That's 5. Finland's going to qualify. That's 6. Jean's going to qualify. Switzerland, so that's 7. And that's where it gets difficult. Do I have Bulgaria or not yet?
I don't believe you said so. No.
Okay, so Bulgaria is then 8, and then I think it's pretty much anyone's game actually. Well, okay, let's say Moldova is going to qualify. Even though it's not my thing. Well, you guys are really. I think you guys seem to be pretty sure that Czech Republic is going to qualify. I'm not that sure, but
the judges will be all over it. The judges.
Yeah.
This is the kind of pop song that the judges vote for.
Yeah.
I'm not as sure about it, but I guess it can be a qualifier, and then one of my others will suffer, and then there'll be a surprise qualifier. But yeah, I'll put Czech Republic then as my final qualifier.
Okay.
But I don't think I'm going to be right. I feel like there's 100% going to be a surprise. But I think I'm kind of close, I guess.
Shortcake.
Yeah,
Shortcake is a cookie, right?
The what?
Shortcake is a cookie, right?
It's it's like shortbread kind of a thing. It was my nickname in college. I don't remember the origin of it.
I know there's this cartoon like Strawberry Shortcake, right? But
yeah.
that's what it makes me think of.
Like if I am the brand, then I'm the brand. Any hoodle doodle poodle. My 10 qualifiers are.
I like that one. Any hoodle doodle poodle. I like that one.
It's just random North American phrases. I'm full of them. The Czech Republic, I feel like, is qualifying based on what Sonia was saying. This is going to have the appeal.
Mhm.
First of all, to the general public and also to the jurors. I feel like they're going to lean to it just based on it being fun.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm going to say that last. I'm going to put that at the end of the list. Iceland, I feel like, is qualifying.
Yeah.
Latvia, I feel like, can do it and then do mid-table in the final, roughly. San Marino, I feel like, is qualifying. Serbia, I feel like, is qualifying. Bulgaria is going to have the ballad factor, therefore I see them qualifying. Albania is going to have the vocal factor, therefore I see that qualifying. Finland, definitely qualifying. Switzerland, definitely qualifying. Between Moldova and Greece, I have to give the edge to Greece. I have this weird, dark feeling that sugar is going to be the flop. I don't know what it is. I'm not counting on it. But between the two, I see sugar being the flop more than Last Dance. I'm not sure why that is.
I do believe that's very possible. I do believe that's very possible.
But yeah, so to say the 10 again, it's Switzerland, Finland, Albania, Bulgaria, Serbia, San Marino, Latvia, Iceland, Greece, and Czech Republic.
Let me tell you something about sugar. If let's pretend that Last Dance is representing Denmark, and let's pretend Last Dance is representing Denmark, and Sugar is representing Hungary. Two countries that have chances to qualify. They have like their some countries that tend to vote for them, like Hungary usually receives points from Finland and vice versa. Then I would agree with you. Then I would say, okay, Last Dance is not going to flop. Sugar is going to flop. But in this case, no. I think that song that the Dream Team is investing on is Sugar.
That's definitely true. Like that's where they're putting it.
No,
Stefania seems like an afterthought. And Uko too.
Money all over, SIM cards all over Europe, and it's going to qualify. I'm pretty sure it's going to qualify. I'm pretty sure. Like
never underestimate the power of a good SIM card.
Yeah, and like,
that is true.
I'm not sure how Zenit is going to be involved on this, but there are certain countries that they give weird points, you know. So it's obviously SIM cards and people voting there. It's obviously, like, for example, Czech Republic. They know there's not a big audience in Czech. Are you listening to this?
What's going on?
No, like there's some music, crazy music around here, but whatever. So yeah, basically, I think that San Marino received a lot of points from Czech Republic. They know the audience in Czech Republic is very tiny, so it's easy to just vote a lot and get some points from a certain country.
Yeah. I guess Georgia as well. I mean, I guess Georgia would be a small country in this instance too.
Yeah.
And then Moldova, it's probably easy to rig.
Exactly. So it's not like
Albania usually doesn't have a high score vote, I think.
The thing that this is Umut's top 5 in the big five.
In the big five.
He heard what I said too. So basically, guys, I think that it's not just about the songs. When it comes to these countries, it's not just about the songs. I think there are other aspects that are going to change the balance of the voting. So my finalists are Czech Republic, Iceland, Moldova. I don't think Greece is going to qualify.
Okay.
That's what we're matching.
Albania, Bulgaria,
Yeah.
the amazing Finland,
Hmm.
Portugal.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Shocking.
I think this is going to be a jury wank. I think the judges are going to okay.
Oh,
They are going to
I mean, it's in my personal top 10. I would have had it as qualifier, but I'm just not sure. But I want it to qualify for sure.
I think the judges are going to vote, especially the judges from Estonia, Austria,
Yeah.
Poland,
I
Denmark, Finland.
There's some chance for that. Yeah.
I can say that this judge is voting for the. I'm not sure if it's because, like for example, it can be like second last in the televote. It can still qualify, like what happened with Denmark in 2017.
Hmm.
It can qualify.
I love that song, by the way.
It's so good.
I don't. Yeah, you love it too. I don't want to upset you, Sanio, but I love that song.
I love you all. I love you. You are amazing people, but that song sucks. And let's move on.
I didn't. I didn't.
Few Danish songs with like a pinch of flavor.
Yeah,
It's one of the few.
Yeah, and it's giving me Tony Braxton and Tamia, and that's just exactly what I listen to
Ooh,
outside of
yeah.
Eurovision. So it was my number one, and yeah, I love Salvador, of course, and I love Lucy Jones, but that was my number one, and Claudia as well. But,
Denmark was my top 5.
Yeah, mine too. I absolutely didn't like her "Never Alone" song in the year before, but this
No, I
one
didn't
had,
like it either.
because that was so robotic. But this one had flavor, and it just felt like an R&B slow jam, and that's exactly what I need.
I was pretty sure it was not going to qualify. I was like, no, it of course is not going to qualify.
But Sanya, you're in the wrong place. With that opinion.
Switzerland and my last Switzerland is my second last qualifier.
So far we matched, except Portugal.
Only one song. There was one song left, and I think it's Austria.
You didn't say San Marino, did you?
Ooh. You didn't say San Marino. Oh wow! You said Austria and.
But Sanyo, it's like fire and gasoline. That's all I need to say.
I think, guys, the thing is, I agree with everything you guys said. I don't think you guys said any kind of bullshit. I think everything that you said makes sense. But when it comes to this kind of predictions, we can go to different paths. That's it. And where I'm going is that this song from Austria is going to stand out as being one of the few ballads of the semifinal. For sure, many ballad lovers are going to turn to Bulgaria, but I think that many housewives and many judges are going to vote for Austria. That's how I feel. I may be wrong. I may be saying a lot of BS, but
I think you're wrong, because I love ballads, love them, but I feel like this lacks the oomph that a ballad needs. Like it's quite nice, but it's totally forgettable. And I say that as someone who loves and always defends ballads. But I actually I don't think many people liked the song last year, but I really liked this song last year. And this one, I'm not really connecting with it. Like I'm not like, there's nothing bad about it, but there's also like it just passes and then it's just not memorable unless he has a really strong staging. But I really don't see it qualifying.
Yeah, so I don't see it qualifying. I just straight up don't see it qualifying. But if it does, and I hate to build on Sanio's point because I shouldn't agree with this, but the whole housewives and mothers idea, you have no idea how much like Filipino broadcasters and Filipino consumers would eat this up because it is a basic ballad with classic elements. If you've been to any like Filipino market, any Filipino household, it's always going to be this kind of music. He's pandering to my relatives, pandering to the people I surrounded myself with. And if he does well, it will be because of the Filipino diaspora that people don't typically talk about, on top of the housewife diaspora, on top of the people who wanted to watch the contest because they wanted something classic. Like, if he does well, that'll be the reason why. But I don't necessarily want that because I don't like the song at all. I don't.
I think it will.
It has a chance. The thing is that, guys, I'm not sure what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not predicting anything, and I don't think you guys said anything stupid during these 4 hours we've been here.
But there is a world where Austria and San Marino can qualify and someone else can flop, of
Could
course.
be, could be, could be. But like I don't think. Like for example, I think Latvia is going to be last in the jury voting.
Ooh,
I
that's a
I
bold
wouldn't
statement.
be surprised necessarily.
I think it's going to be last in the jury voting.
But
I think the judges are going to hate it. Hate it.
and that could be because of the first 5 seconds. That could be because, like, as soon as she introduces the song, it's like, hey, by the way, it doesn't quiet down from here.
Yeah.
And then, like, after those 3 minutes, I could see what you're talking about. Like,
Mhm.
if you're more classically musically minded and you were hired to be a part of this jury, I could see you being like, that was loud and annoying. But ultimately, I really don't want them to see that because artistically it's speaking volumes.
I agree. I agree. But what I'm telling you is that the same judges that are going to place Latvia last, they are going to put Portugal in their second place, and they are going to give 12 points to Austria.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
I'm
it
getting
can
myself ready
happen.
for that.
Guys. It can happen because the judges in Eurovision, they are
Those
not
surprise, by the
edgy
way.
at all. They are not edgy.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, and this is something that EBU needs to fix it because these judges are very narrow-minded. That's the thing, they are very very narrow-minded. That's why I think that it's much easier for them to vote for a song that's very generic and it's very middle of the road,
Agreeable.
Republic, instead of a song that's very nice, it's very edgy, and it's very interesting, like Latvia.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. If Latvia flops, it will literally be because like the jurors like formed some kind of like we don't like this kind of like wall against
Yeah,
it.
I can imagine this being um, both too experimental and not experimental enough, where like Ukraine could survive with their song, which is even more um, alternative. I can imagine this being like too not alternative enough and too alternative at the same time. Like I could see this
Yeah.
being I could see this being not extreme enough to be considered extreme, I guess.
Like for example, Slovenia last year in 2019,
Hmm.
the judges gave it the seventh place,
Yeah,
while the televote gave it the fifth place. And many people would say, no, that song is not televote friendly. Many people said that about Slovenia. That
yeah,
song is not televote friendly. It might qualify because of the judges. No, the televote
That was
in
not the case.
Eurovision is
yeah,
much more edgier. It's
yeah.
much more interested in alternative, different music than the judges. The judges are extremely conservative. They vote for generic crap, and that's it.
Mhm.
I spoke my truth, and in the end of the day,
You said what you said.
I said it.
I mean, I've definitely felt that way. Like in some decisions, it was just like, yeah, I've definitely had that sentiment before. So I do not disagree with you completely. But I have been mad at the televote and how the televote felt.
I'm definitely like when I look at the split
too.
results, I'm definitely usually more on the jury side than on the televote side personally.
Mm.
That's this way, like I already mentioned with Malta, like they got 0 from the televote, and then I voted for it 7 times, and then Czech Republic 2016, I was so happy it qualified, and then it got 0 from the televote. I mean, and it was my favorite in the final, probably.
Aw.
I love that song, but
For
yeah.
example, for example, people said that Portugal last in 2019. Maybe you did not like it. That's not what we're talking about. If you do not like Portugal in 2019, that's not the issue. The issue is the judges could have pushed Portugal to the final. They did not. They pushed Belarus.
That's true. That's true, and that
ultimately, because Belarus was just safe. There was nothing risky. It was there. It was cream cheese. It was salt and water. And then
And overall, for a song that I personally thought wasn't that interesting, I felt like she did give it a solid performance. Like the performance made me like it more. While I really wasn't interested that much in that song, I did feel like, okay, it may not be one of my favorites, but it is a strong performance, and I could see her qualifying based on that. But then there was this whole thing with like one of the jury members gave their votes wrong, so actually it wouldn't have qualified, right? That was actually, I think that was the case with both semis in 2019. That in both cases the 10th place actually shouldn't have qualified, but just something went wrong with the jury vote.
Yeah.
But I think in both cases it was for the better. Like Belarus, I did prefer Belarus over Poland, and I did prefer Denmark over Lithuania. Sorry, Sanya.
Oh, no,
Sadly,
no,
I
no,
agree.
no.
I agree with Jeffrey.
Why are we still friends? How can you say that to me?
Sorry.
Okay, guys. So let's talk very fast because I have to eat about the big six, like all the finalists. Okay. So let's just line up. Okay, my favorite. Okay, there are some comments here. I hate jurors, but sometimes they are right about things. Sometimes.
What do you think about things?
Yeah, saying he could have qualified.
Yeah,
With the she deserves.
that's true. I would have liked her to qualify.
It's okay because she showed up mad. She's ready.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Denmark. Yeah, that's true. Like in both cases, the 10th place got there for the wrong reasons, because I think in both cases one of the jurors had their votes upside down.
How can you do that? Like, how can you? How is that possible?
For me, it sounds like
No dream
Khan
is
was
possible.
probably so concerned with other ways that the show could go wrong, that possibly they paid a little less attention to the instruction sheet for the jurors.
Seems to be the case.
And there might have been ambiguous language in some part, but I don't understand how that was not consistent through all the songs they voted for. I don't get how that went down, but I have a weird feeling it was because Khan paid maybe 1 second less attention to how they instructed the jurors. I
believe
one of the Swedish jurors was one of the.
Let me tell you something. There's something that bothers me with the fandom nowadays, is that the fandom just accept everything the EBU does and say, okay, oh no, they are doing a big effort, let's support them all the time. No, they make terrible mistakes, and we should be as fans, we must pay attention to that and say, okay, we are watching that. Guys, they were not going to make 2 semifinals in 2008. It was still going to be only one crazy ass semifinal. And you know, so the thing is, sometimes EBU is not right. Do you think that Eurovision should have been canceled in 2020? No. I think that they had time enough to make recordings just like they did with Junior. They would waste a lot of money. They would have no profit out of it, and that's why Eurovision was canceled. They were thinking about the profit. They were not thinking about the performers. They were not thinking about the countries. They were not thinking about people who wasted a lot of money, a lot of time of their careers, and then they just cancel. Let's cancel because there's nothing to do. And some artists, the ultimate lack of respect was that some artists, they knew that the competition was canceled, just like us. They did not knew beforehand. So I think that you needs to, we should call them out every time they do not something.
That's true.
Good.
That's true.
And
But
for example,
that definitely did happen with Belarus this time, like with the dislikes and with people sending them emails and stuff. I just checked, by the way, and it's the glorious jury stylings of Lina Hedlund that caused the mistake. Because she put Arcade last in the semi, and then she put it first in the final. So she's the reason Austria didn't finish last, and I really loved Limits, so I'm kind of glad that happened. But because she had Austria first now.
But she screwed me. She screwed my chances because I said Lithuania was going to qualify, and because of her, I lost some money.
That's a mess.
I will sue. I will sue.
Yeah, you should. No, well, wait. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, she had Lithuania 5th actually, and she had Denmark 11th, so it wasn't her fault.
Yeah, but let's see. Okay,
Did have
so I think
Lithuania higher, but yeah, I don't know if it was purely her fault in this case.
we'll never know anyway.
That's
So
true.
France is the best for me. Second place, Italy. Third place, it's cheesy. It's in the level of Austria.
Spain.
It's Spain. It's
Yeah.
cheesy. It might come last. I understand why people hate it, and
So
you should hate.
Spain is your third place.
I like it's
It's
out
it's
of my
it's mine too. It's my third place too out of the
the
automatic
big
final.
six.
Yeah.
Fourth place, I would give to UK. I think they are making an effort. It's a decent song. It's better than last year. Then it
I
goes to
disagree.
Germany.
I disagree.
I love Germany. I think Germany is a lot of fun. And then I'm sorry to my Sweden and Netherlands. Love the place, love the country. I just do not like the song. Shortcake, your top six.
I would say our first four are exactly the same, except switch the bottom two. I feel like there was something just slightly more with the Birth of a New Age because the performance evolved into the music video. It became imaginative and dynamic and performative and demonstrative, and I really liked that it was able to take on a completely new face. I don't feel hate. I I really I want to be as clear as possible when I say this, but I don't exactly know what I'm saying. In the fact that it's super like okay, let's focus on the song for a bit. The song is jumbled. It's clunky. It has so many. It
I
has like
agree.
it has like
It's just not professional at all.
It has some like dubsteppy kind of like synth like thrown into it. It has like a beat drop that you can't necessarily dance to.
True.
It's positive but like aggressively positive, being like
Yeah.
let's hang around. It's like we're all friends, right? It's like okay, like you're just gonna show up and give me a hug. Hi, by the way. It's kind of like that feeling where it's like it's trying to tell you immediately how to like feel about certain ways about a certain like set of concepts when you have 3 minutes to demonstrate a good performance on behalf of your country, kind of a thing. I feel like it's kind of misusing that 3 minutes. The song is all right. It's mostly a skip for me, but it's all right. I feel like I just saw more dynamism, more of a surprise, more artistic mindfulness with Birth of a New Age. And this is coming from someone who frankly hated the song first time I heard it.
Yeah, it's surely more artistic. Birth of a New Age is surely a better composition.
Yeah, I have that at the edge over Germany for that reason, but I don't hate the German song. I want to be clear about that. I don't hate it. I do think it's.
Are you telling us are you telling us you don't feel hate?
Oh no, I feel hate. I feel hate. I'm a hateful person. So, I'm sorry. Like it might have just been glossed over for me for maybe that reason alone, but frankly, I do have to give the edge to the Netherlands over Germany for the sake of artistic merit.
I can agree with you. Jeffrey Love.
Let's go. First place.
Spain.
Shocking. No, the Netherlands.
All right.
Second place. Well, voila, it's La France. Third place, Spain.
Oh wow.
And from there it just becomes a mess, actually. I could do without the other three songs completely. So I'm gonna say Germany fourth, I guess. But that's because the UK it's just so forgettable. Like I really just nothing that song. Like it's trying for something.
He's so likable. He's so sweet.
I believe that, and I actually really liked this song last year. I really liked this song last year, and this just like it's trying to go somewhere in the chorus, but it's just like I've listened to it.
I thought it was going to sound like Blinding Lights. I thought we were going to get a Weekend moment. That's what part of that teaser was showing us, and then I saw the brass instruments, and I was like, okay, well that's different. And then it showed up, and like, well, it's not a bad song, as you're saying. Like it is pop. It is pop unrisky, gentle. It is something that Norway is more likely to send in a year where they're not as invested.
Yeah,
Not
they could have grabbed
UK.
this moment. You mean?
Yeah, I'm happy that the UK is at least like they put their foot in the door this time, and James is the vocalist for that.
Yeah, it's just like I listen to it and it's just like there's no connection from me. Like I really liked him last year. I really do. I think that was just a much better song. And with this, like it's trying to go somewhere with that chorus. It's trying to be current. It's trying to be danceable, but for the life of me, I just
it lacks
can't.
production. It lacks a good production.
Yeah.
Like with a better like a range, it feels it needed a bit more trumpets, a bit more sax. It lacks something, when it comes to their range.
But also, if you'd offer me money to sing it right now, then I would lose that money because I really don't know. Like,
The hook isn't super strong. If anything, I want like if anything is going to carry that performance to the left side of the board,
they should have the epic sex guy.
You're gonna have to.
No, it's going to be Jesus. It's going to be Jesus.
But if it's going to be Jesus, I need it to be the guy from Ivetta's music video. I need it to be that Jesus.
Guys,
without a shirt.
Some stuff only the Holy Father can help. He's the only one that's in charge to make some miracles happen. Okay, so it's going to be
make a miracle.
The maximum that's 17. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like, I just hope it's not bottom 5. I hope it doesn't lead to that, because even with okay songs, the UK can show us that they are perfectly capable of achieving bottom 5. So
I mean, how could it not be bottom 5? I mean, if Bigger Than Us was last, I think Bigger Than Us is better than this, to be honest. Like it's less cheesy, but it's just like this just isn't at all memorable. I don't see anyone wanting to be like, okay, I'm going to vote for this.
I wonder what UK will do on stage. They'll do Stars. They'll do Stars.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So yeah, for that reason, I guess I really don't like Germany. I think the guy's kind of cute, but the song, like, I'm really like pretty much annoyed with the whole mumbling. Like, you can wiggle back the middle finger, but it'll never wiggle back to you, and blah blah blah. And just like it just sounds very mumbly and just like
very aggressive too. You don't like this kind of.
I feel like he does have charisma, but this song just feels like it was.
It's a misuse of 3 minutes, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a misuse of internal selection. You don't internally select a song like that.
No, I agree. If you're going to internally select a song, like, wait, weren't there like a couple hundred people who like?
But this song would be this
the song.
Yeah, but this song would be like one of the worst junior Eurovision entries. Like that's like it's
Susan. Like, come on, where are you with Stronger With You, Susan? Like,
exactly. Or it reminds me of like YouTuber or Game Over or something. Like it's just very like no. Like
the thing is, guys, Germany is such a big country.
Yeah,
like trying.
But how did they go from the professionalism they had last year to be like, okay, we're gonna send this random guy? And like, I think he does have charisma. He doesn't necessarily have a bad voice, but the song just does nothing for his voice, and
nothing.
Like he can sing all right. He has charisma, but I mean, who can sell this? No one can sell this. Anna Soklish couldn't sell this, even if it became a gospel ballad. I don't feel hate.
Ooh, you just created a whole new thing.
Yeah. Imagination. And then Italy is really not my thing, so that's still gonna have to go last. But it's definitely like a big contrast. Like there are 3 strong entries. Spain, I wasn't that impressed. I feel like I mentioned with Czech Republic before, like, okay, it's not my thing, but then it's not like better songs show up, so it's gonna rank. I'm gonna have to rank it higher. That's Spain for me too, but like to a bigger extent. Like Spain has to be somewhere in my top 15 because we don't really have stronger songs showing up, and it's a pretty ballad. I don't like that it adds more rhythm, like the same thing with Switzerland. If you're gonna do a ballad, do a ballad. That's my opinion most of the time. Like, I don't need it to be like, oh, it was a ballad, but now we're gonna add rhythm and stuff. Like, that's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah,
But
one of the things that ruined Spain for me was like after the first chorus, how there was like a dubstep like crash.
yeah, exactly. That's so unnecessary.
Like, where did that
Why?
come from? Who put that in there?
Exactly. Like
Modern anymore. That was modern as of a decade ago.
I just responded in Dutch somehow. Exactly. I said precies. Exactly. Like that's precisely. I guess yeah, that's the same as precies.
But that's like that's the part of the song that makes it unpleasant. Like other than that, it's a fine song. Like
it's a nice, lovely ballad. I mean, I'm here for it. Yeah,
it would do great in Latin America. It has that kind of like sound where it's like in Latin America, you would hear that like going to like the market. You would hear that going to like the salon. You just hear
I'm
it.
here for it.
But you will not vote for that. You will not vote for that. That's the thing. And about Germany, guys, I think that back in 2013, I think in 2014, 2015, they did have very good national selections.
Oh yeah,
Big names were involved in those elections, so they can internally select those people too.
I
So
agree.
why can't they just bring one of those people who were involved?
Honestly, though, with Germany, I wouldn't be surprised if those national finalists were like kind of rigged, like because they always send the wild cards. I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, okay, well, I'm gonna do the show, but it's just to promote my song, and I don't want to be the winner because I mean, it's been Elaisa won the wild card. I love them, but they weren't the biggest artists. Same with Anne-Sophie. I loved Anne-Sophie. It was among my top, but
no, Elaisa case unhailing. He wanted to go to Eurovision. He wanted to go. He said many times he was an Eurovision fan. It was a much better song, but the thing is, super finals with 2 songs is always a bad idea. Never a good idea. 3 songs semifinals, super finals, good idea.
Yeah, I agree.
4, good idea. 2 songs, super final is a terrible. It's a stupid idea.
I completely agree with that. Honestly,
it doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah.
Guys, so I think we're good for today.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
4 hours and 50 minutes. Thank you a lot. We got 3 new subscribers.
Awesome.
We got 100 viewers.
Okay.
Of this video.
Hey, we're famous now.
We really are.
Yeah. YouTuber.
I'm
a YouTuber now. Yay.
Okay.
You taste as oh.
That was great pronunciation.
Like it's the 90s.
No posso falar português.
Oh, really? You can speak
Portuguese? No, it's bad. It's really bad.
Really? Oh, that's good. So next time you're going to come here and speak Portuguese.
What do I want to say? Obrigado para me incluir, I think is how you say thanks for including me.
Yeah.
Oh, yay. Okay, good.
UK says better work like 90s. Again, something.
Germany
with
yeah.
Period super finalists suck.
They do if it's like 2 songs, like Sonia was saying.
So much fun. So sorry I had to leave so early. Would have loved to stay.
No, it's all right.
Thanks for having me. Guys, thank you very much for being here. Thank you everybody who watched it. Guys, please subscribe. If you did not subscribe, subscribe to the channel.
Subscribe to this channel, you guys. It's so good.
Jeffrey, can you say that subscribe thing again?
Subscribe to this channel and click the notification bell so you'll be notified every time we post a new video. You can choose to I don't know, I'm not going to do the Watch Mojo thing, but you can choose to be updated on occasional videos or all videos.
Oh, look at you. Damn, that was good.
I started a little bit, but I was going somewhere.
And as we say on my channel, like, comment, subscribe, click the notification bell, or leave a dislike. I don't care. I'm not your dad. This is the internet.
Yes, guys, please.
Love you have a channel too. I need to subscribe to your channel. Is it Shortcake?
KPSC, like right as you see it there.
Okay,
I'm going to be uploading stuff later today, including Portugal and Italy.
I'm going to put your link here
Let's
in your
see. I
tweet.
got you.
Yeah, thank you.
On the chat.
Mhm.
Because it's going to be because it's already on the description of this video, but I'm going to put just here, so it's going to help some people to find you.
Obrigado, isso me faz muito feliz.
Oh, you're welcome.
Dankjewel.
Very welcome.
Welkom in Rotterdam. Except nobody's coming.
I would love to someday.
Yeah, I wish it was happening, but
There we go.
there might still be ticket possibilities, but with all the artists being in a bubble and they're not going to be, and there won't be parties anyway. So even if I get the chance to get tickets, I'm probably going to skip it because then it would just be for the show, and like I can watch that on TV. So
Mhm.
instead of like spending hundreds of euros and then just being in the hall and then being there with a mask and then having to leave right after and then everything being in a bubble, that's just not
The
gonna be
teeth.
fun. Yeah, that's not going to have any added value.
Mhm.
Except
Guys.
for the results. But yeah, I mean, I
we'll
don't need
see.
to spend hundreds of euros, just to have people around me for the results.
Yep.
Guys, thank you very much for being here. See you soon. Bye.
All right. Thanks for having me. All right. Love you guys. See you later.
Bye.